What if the fate of an entire world rested on the fragile balance of power, where old alliances crumbled like ancient ruins and new threats loomed like storm clouds on the horizon? In a land steeped in blood and betrayal, whispers of treachery curl through the air, thick with tension and uncertainty. The skies darken, signaling not just an approaching tempest, but an impending clash that could forever alter the course of history. From the ashes of fallen kingdoms, a shadow rises, casting a pall over the hopes of the weary and the ambitious alike. Kings and queens, once allies bound by oaths forged in the fires of camaraderie, now plot in secret, their eyes glinting with greed and vengeance. The clamor of armored boots echoes through the halls of power, each step reverberating with the weight of impending doom. Those who once dined together now sharpen daggers behind closed doors, ready to turn on one another at the slightest provocation. In the distant mountains, a figure cloaked in mystery watches, their breath fogging in the chill of the night air. They possess knowledge that could ignite the flames of war or extinguish them entirely. But will they act? As the first snow of winter blankets the land, the ground trembles not just with the shift of seasons, but with the shifting loyalties of those who would stake their claim on thrones of bone and blood. Even the whispers of the old forests seem to hold their breath, waiting for the first blow to be struck. The ancient trees have seen centuries of conflict, their gnarled branches a testament to the struggles of those who dared to wield power. Each rustle of leaves might be a warning, a prophecy, or simply the wind. Yet, in this time of uncertainty, every sound feels like a harbinger. In the burning heart of a city, flames lick at the sky as factions rise and fall like the tide, their banners snapping defiantly in the wind. Streets once alive with laughter now echo with the cries of the betrayed, the innocent caught in the crossfire of a war that was never theirs. Loyalty has become a fleeting illusion, and as alliances dissolve, the specter of war looms closer, its icy fingers stretching forth to claim all who dare to dream of power. What secrets lie buried beneath the blood-soaked soil? Who will rise to take the vacant thrones? And who will meet their end in the shadows? The air crackles with the promise of conflict, each heartbeat a countdown to the inevitable. As night descends and the moon casts its pale light over the land, the stage is set, not for a battle of swords alone, but for a clash of wills, ambitions, and legacies. Those who believe they can control destiny will soon learn that destiny is a beast that cannot be tamed. With every moment, the stakes grow higher, and the line between friend and foe blurs into a haunting dance of darkness and desire. History stirs, restless and impatient, waiting for its tale to be told. In a dimly lit chamber, an ancient map unfurled across a weathered table, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that danced like ghosts of the past. Each line and curve told stories of blood, betrayal, and the relentless pursuit of power. The scent of parchment mingled with the musty air, a reminder that history is never truly buried. It breathes and whispers for those who dare to listen. Once, there was a time when thrones were not just seats of power but symbols of destiny, the fulcrum upon which the fates of nations rested. Kings and queens, adorned in opulence, made choices that rippled across landscapes, shifting alliances and igniting revolutions. The tale begins in a small village, far from the grandeur of palaces, where a boy named Aemon gazed at the stars, dreaming of crowns and conquests. Little did he know, the path of thrones would not be paved with gold, but riddled with blood and tears. The story unfurls in the shadows of a crumbling castle, where Isabella, a fierce warrior princess, trained under the watchful eye of her father, King Alaric. As arrows whistled through the air, she felt the weight of expectation pressing down on her. Women of her time were often relegated to the background, but her spirit refused to be caged. The air was thick with tension, each day a battle not just against foes, but against the very fabric of society that sought to bind her. Meanwhile, in the distant capital, whispers of rebellion clung to the taverns like smoke. Lord Cedric, a man of cunning wit and sharp ambition, plotted in the shadows, his heart set on the throne that had eluded his family for generations. With every secret meeting, he felt the thrill of destiny coursing through his veins, propelling him to make choices that would lead to unforeseen consequences. The streets buzzed with rumors, a tapestry of hope and despair woven into the very essence of the city. As the seasons changed, alliances blossomed and wilted like the petals of a fragile flower. Aemon, now a young man, found himself embroiled in a world where loyalty was as fickle as the wind. His heart raced as he stood at the crossroads, torn between love and ambition. The lady he adored, Lady Alara, was promised to another, a son of a vengeful lord whose hatred burned as fiercely as the sun. Each glance exchanged between them was laden with unspoken words, a silent acknowledgement of the storm brewing on the horizon. In the kingdom's heart, the Great Council convened, a gathering of the most powerful lords and ladies. The air crackled with unyielding tension, a symphony of political maneuvering and feigned respect. As King Alaric laid out his vision for the future, the seeds of dissent were quietly sown. Isabella's resolve hardened. She could no longer stand on the sidelines. Her father's vision for a united kingdom clashed with Cedric's insatiable ambition, a collision that would change everything. The night of the masquerade glimmered with possibility. Beneath the masks, identities blurred, and secrets simmered. Aemon and Alara danced, their hearts beating in synchrony, unaware of the danger lurking just beyond the flickering candlelight. Cedric, lurking like a shadow, plotted to exploit the chaos, his eyes glinting with the promise of vengeance. As the clock struck midnight, a scream shattered the revelry, echoing through the halls, a harbinger of doom that would reverberate through history. The ensuing chaos sent shockwaves through the kingdoms. The breath of betrayal clawed at the air, refusing to relent. Alliances crumbled like brittle leaves underfoot, and loyalties were tested in the crucible of war. Isabella, thrust into the role of a leader, rallied her supporters, her determination igniting a fire within them. Each battle fought was a testament to her strength. Yet each victory came at a terrible cost. Aemon, caught in the tempest of war, felt the weight of his choices bearing down on him. Every decision was a thread in the intricate tapestry of fate, one that could unravel at any moment. His love for Alara was a fragile ember, flickering amidst the storm, yet it fueled his resolve. As battles raged and kingdoms fell, the line between right and wrong blurred, leaving scars that would forever mark the land. Amidst the whispers of treachery, a prophecy emerged from the shadows, speaking of a child born under a blood moon, destined to unite the thrones and dominions. The words echoed from the lips of seers and sages, igniting hope and fear in equal measure. In a land where trust was a currency more valuable than gold, the search for this child began, a quest that would entangle the fates of kings and commoners alike. As the final confrontation loomed, the stakes reached a fever pitch. Isabella stood on the battlefield, sword in hand, her heart pounding as the cries of her soldiers filled the air. Aemon, fighting for love and honor, faced Cedric, a man transformed by ambition into something unrecognizable. The clashing of swords echoed like thunder, a prelude to the storm that would unleash the final chapters of their intertwined destinies. With every swing of the sword, with every cry of anguish, the past bled into the present, painting a picture of sacrifice and valor. The weight of history hung heavy in the air, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow across the battlefield, the realization dawned. Thrones are not merely crowns upon heads. They are a burden, a testament to the choices made, the lives lost, and the stories that will echo through eternity. And as the dust settled, a new chapter began, one that promised to reshape the very fabric of their world. The threads of fate were woven tighter, connecting the hearts of those who dared to dream of a future free from the shadows of the past. Every decision, every heartbeat, every whispered secret would lead them to the dawn of a new era, where the thrones and dominions would rise, fall, and rise again, forever entwined in the tapestry of existence. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over a battlefield that was littered with the remnants of a shattered past. A lone figure, clad in a tattered cloak, stood atop a ridge, surveying the carnage below. His hands clenched into fists, not just from the weight of the sword at his side, but from the heavy burden of power that was about to unfold. This was a moment that would change the course of history. The dawn of monarchies. Across the ages, tribes and clans had clawed at the earth, their lives defined by the struggle for survival. In the icy caves of the north, warriors huddled around fires, their tales filled with the glory of heroes and the haunting cries of the slain. In the fertile valleys of the south, farmers toiled under the watchful gaze of ancient spirits, offering their harvests in hope of favor. But something was brewing in the air, a whisper that shifted like the winds of a storm, hinting at the rise of something grander: kings and queens. As villages grew into towns, and towns transformed into cities, the need for order began to take root. The chaos of tribal life gave way to a yearning for stability, a desire for a figure to lead them. The people craved a symbol, a bastion of strength that could unite them against the threats that loomed large outside their walls. From the ashes of conflict emerged leaders, not by mere chance, but by the force of destiny. They were warriors who had tasted blood and seen death, who commanded respect simply by surviving when others fell. In the dim light of a flickering torch, clans gathered in sacred circles, the air thick with tension and expectation. A shaman, draped in animal hides, spoke of omens, of a star that heralded a new age. His voice trembled, echoing through the crowd, entrancing hearts with a promise of power. The word king slipped from his lips, igniting a fire within those gathered. A king could provide protection, justice, and prosperity, all dreams woven into the fabric of their lives. As the first monarchs emerged, their rule wasn't merely claimed, it was fought for. They wielded swords as well as charisma, their presence casting a spell over the masses. In the heart of the first great kingdoms, a magnetic tension pulsed in the air. Battles were waged not only against rival clans but also against the very chaos of existence. The victorious king stood tall, draped in the skins of lions and adorned with crowns crafted from gold, symbolizing not just authority, but a divine right bestowed upon him by the gods themselves. The tales of these monarchs spread like wildfire across lands. In the great halls of stone, minstrels sang of their exploits. The people hung onto every note, each story infusing them with hope and fear, pride and jealousy. As the bard strummed his lute, he sang of King Arthur, whose sword, Excalibur, rose from the lake, a gift from the Lady of the Lake, marking him as the rightful ruler. The magic of that moment echoed through the ages, instilling in men and women alike an understanding that the crown was both a burden and a blessing. Yet with power came peril. The throne was a fragile seat, constantly shifting under the weight of ambition. The blood of those who sought to usurp it soaked the soil, turning the very ground into a witness of betrayal and treachery. Assassins lurked in shadows, and whispers of conspiracies filled the air like poison. The story of the rise of monarchies was a tale stained with the heart-wrenching choices of fathers betraying sons, brothers fighting brothers, all in the name of power. In the great halls of the Byzantine Empire, Empress Theodora rose from humble beginnings, her journey a testament to the tenacity of the human spirit. She stood as a beacon of strength, shattering conventions and defying the odds. Her influence echoed throughout the empire, reshaping laws and challenging the very fabric of society. Men feared her cunning, women admired her resilience. She was the embodiment of a new era where the lines between power and gender blurred, igniting a cascade of change that would ripple through time. Across the seas, in the dense forests of the Germanic tribes, another kind of monarchy was taking shape. Charlemagne, crowned emperor of the Romans, dreamt of uniting all of Europe under one banner. His vision was grand, his heart fierce. With every victory, he sought not just land but legacy. A world where his name would be etched in history, where the people would look up to him with reverence. Yet, the weight of his ambition pressed down upon him, reminding him that power could be as slippery as a serpent, capable of slipping through fingers at the slightest misstep. As kingdoms clashed, alliances formed and dissolved like mist under the morning sun. The dance of power was intoxicating, each monarch playing their part in a game that teetered on the brink of destruction. The thrill of conquest brought exhilaration, but it was balanced by the chilling reality that love, loyalty, and life itself were often the price paid for glory. In the shadowed corners of castles, where flickering candles illuminated faces hardened by war and ambition, plans were forged. The air crackled with tension as unlikely allies emerged. Kings and queens wove their fates together, sometimes in love, often in fear. They danced on the edge of a knife, each move calculated, each heartbeat a reminder that their crowns could easily become shackles. The rise of monarchies was a tapestry woven with threads of blood, valor, and ambition, each stitch a testament to the relentless human desire for power. With every battle fought, every alliance formed, the world shifted, paving the way for a new order. The flames of ambition burned brightly, but the cost of such power was yet to be fully realized, lurking just beyond the horizon, ready to ignite new stories of triumph and tragedy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield below remained a haunting reminder of the price of power. The lone figure on the ridge, with thoughts swirling like dark clouds, understood that this was just the beginning. The echoes of history whispered secrets of what was to come, and as the night fell, the promise of blood and glory loomed large, setting the stage for the next chapter in the saga of power and its unyielding grip on the hearts of humankind. In a time when the air crackled with the weight of destiny, kings adorned in glittering crowns would ascend thrones, believing themselves not just rulers but chosen vessels of the divine. The flickering candlelight in ancient halls illuminated their faces, casting shadows that danced like ethereal whispers of gods. It was here, in the sacred chambers of power, that the concept of divine right held sway, a belief that sent shivers through the hearts of those who served and those who dared to oppose. The very essence of kingship was steeped in this idea, that monarchs were appointed by God, their authority unquestionable, their commands sacred. Rights and responsibilities intertwined like golden threads in a tapestry of fate. As the sun set over sprawling kingdoms, the people knelt, not merely in submission, but in reverence, for they believed their king was but a mortal bridge to the divine. In France, Louis XIV, the Sun King, embodied this divine mandate. With every step he took across the opulent halls of Versailles, the earth seemed to bow in acknowledgement of his divine right. He ruled with a dazzling blend of arrogance and grace, proclaiming, "L'état, c'est moi." The state is me. His subjects were captivated, their hearts swelling with pride and fear alike. They saw him as a living god, his blood royal, his will reflective of a higher power. To defy him was to defy the heavens themselves. But shadows lurked even in the brightest of courts. The glint of rebellion flickered in the eyes of the discontented. Consider the plight of the commoners, those who toiled under the weight of heavy taxes and crushing demands. They whispered tales of injustice by flickering firelight, their voices drowning in the night. Their anger simmered, a potent potion brewed from years of oppression. Yet what could they do against a man who claimed the stars as his allies? The weight of divine right pressed on their shoulders, heavy and unyielding, like a dark cloud threatening a storm. Across the English Channel, another tale unfolded. The execution of King Charles I in 1649 shattered the illusion of invincibility. How could the sword fall upon a king, a supposed representative of God? The air was electric with disbelief and horror as the monarch, once cloaked in the gleaming vestments of divinity, was stripped bare of all but his mortality. The heartbeat of the nation quickened, a crescendo of voices rising in rebellion. Was the divine right merely a gilded illusion? Yet, the remnants of divine right clung tenaciously to the European landscape, like ivy creeping up the walls of power. Kings across the continent fortified their thrones with divine claims, their banners fluttering in the winds of war. In Spain, Philip II carried the cross and the crown, believing his conquests were divinely ordained missions. His armies marched across lands, zealously spreading the faith, convinced that they were fighting not just for territory, but for God himself. The fervor in their hearts was palpable, a divine fire that ignited the very essence of their being. But behind every throne, behind every divine decree, lay the raw pulse of humanity. The power struggles, the betrayals, the cries of anguish echoed through the ages. The divine right was both a shield and a sword, wielded with grace and ferocity. Each king's ascent resembled a tragic dance, a delicate balance of faith and tyranny. For every loyal subject basking in the glow of their king's light, there were countless others, shadows lurking in the corners, whispering of the day when the divine mask would slip. As the sun dipped below the horizon, illuminating the skies in splashes of crimson and gold, the people gathered in hushed reverence. They marveled at the power that kings held over their lives, yet their hearts brimmed with uncertainty. They yearned for justice, for a voice that echoed in the chambers of power. Little did they know they were standing on the precipice of change, where divine right would clash with the rising tide of human will. The tension crackled like lightning in the air, a palpable energy that promised transformation. The divine right was a double-edged sword, a belief that would either cement a ruler's legacy or herald their downfall. The masses could sense it, their collective pulse quickening as they gazed into the horizon, where the dawn of revolution lay waiting, just beyond the grasp of the night. In Russia, Peter the Great stood tall, a colossal figure commanding both fear and admiration. His reign was marked by relentless ambition, a desire to drag his nation into the modern world. Yet beneath the surface lay a deep-rooted conviction of destiny, an unwavering belief that he was chosen to carve a new path for his people. His divine right fueled his fire, propelling him into battles that would change the course of history. He was a titan, but the weight of his crown felt heavier with each conquest, each life lost in the pursuit of glory. And as tensions rose across the continent, the whispers of revolution grew louder. The American colonies, emboldened by the ideals of liberty and equality, began to question the very foundations of monarchy. The divine right, once invincible, now appeared as just another artifact of oppression. The dust of rebellion swirled in the air, charged with the hopes of a new world, a world that would challenge the divine with the power of the people. The fervor of the masses intertwined with the blood of kings in a tumultuous dance. The chants of revolt pierced the silence of night, a symphony of uncertainty and hope. The question lingered like a haunting melody. What would happen when the belief in divine right clashed with the unquenchable thirst for freedom? Would the heavens weep for the fallen kings, or would they herald a new era, one where the voice of the people rose above the divine decree? The stage was set, and the fates of kings and commoners hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of an unseen precipice, ready to plunge into the depths of an uncharted future. In a land where the sun kissed the horizon with hues of gold and crimson, a throne sat waiting, adorned with jewels that whispered tales of power and glory. It was not just a seat of authority. It was a symbol of divine right, steeped in the blood and sweat of those who built it. This is the story of thrones, where the air crackled with ambition and the fate of millions rested on the shoulders of a few. The ancient Egyptians, with their enigmatic pyramids rising like giants from the sand, believed their pharaohs were gods walking among men. These leaders donned crowns that glittered with lapis lazuli and gold, believing themselves the chosen ones to communicate with the afterlife. Each throne was more than a piece of furniture. It was an altar of power, a seat that connected the earthly with the divine. The temples echoed with prayers, and the Nile, winding its way through the landscape, was a lifeblood that sustained not just the living but also the spirits of those who had come before. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the valley, the people gathered. The air thickened with excitement and trepidation, for it was time for the pharaoh to address his subjects. His voice, deep and resonant, commanded respect. He spoke of abundance, of the harvests promised by the gods, weaving a tapestry of hope and fear that could only be felt by those who stood before him. His throne, a magnificent structure carved from ebony, glimmered in the flickering torchlight, and as he raised his scepter, it seemed to connect the heavens and earth. Far to the east, in the cradle of civilization known as Mesopotamia, the thrones were not merely carved from stone but were draped in stories of conquest and betrayal. Here, in the land between rivers, kings like Hammurabi etched their codes into clay tablets, ensuring that their decrees would echo through time. The throne was a seat of judgment, where justice was administered, etched in the very fabric of society. The air was filled with tension as subjects awaited their fate. A mere word from the king could elevate a man to riches or condemn him to a life of servitude. In the city of Babylon, the walls were adorned with blue-glazed bricks that shimmered in the sun, each a testament to the power of the king who sat high above, surveying his domain. The hanging gardens, a wonder of the world, thrived under his watchful eyes, but behind the beauty lay whispers of envy and treason. The king's heart beat in rhythm with the pulse of the city, and every time he ascended his throne, the ground trembled with the weight of expectation. But not all thrones were built on stability. The allure of power often sowed the seeds of discord. In the shadowy corners of history, plots brewed like storm clouds, and betrayal loomed like a sword hanging by a thread. The Assyrians, known for their fierce warriors and brutal conquests, wielded their thrones with an iron fist. Ashurbanipal, the last great king of Assyria, faced rebellions that threatened to rip his empire apart. His throne, a magnificent piece of art, was adorned with intricate designs that told stories of bloodshed and triumph. But even the mightiest could fall. Whispers of discontent echoed through the halls, and the fear of losing it all gnawed at his heart. The air thickened with emotions as the Persian Empire began to rise, swallowing the remnants of the once great Assyrian throne. Cyrus the Great, a king who understood the pulse of his people, fostered a kindness that was rare for a ruler of his time. His throne, a simple yet elegant seat, symbolized unity rather than oppression. His conquests were not merely about expanding land but about heart and spirit, winning over his subjects with respect and wisdom. He built a legacy that would echo through time, carving his name in the annals of history. Yet thrones could be fragile, held only by the strength of those willing to fight for them. The story of Cleopatra, the last pharaoh of Egypt, reveals the delicate balance of power. Her throne was both a sanctuary and a battleground, where seduction and intellect were as powerful as any sword. The tumultuous relationship with Julius Caesar and later Mark Antony sent ripples through the ancient world. Each moment was filled with tension. Would her cunning save her kingdom, or would it lead to her downfall? The sands of time whispered her name, as pharaohs before her had done, but the weight of expectation bore down heavily on her shoulders. In the ancient cities of India, where kings ruled amidst the splendor of palaces, thrones were draped in silk and surrounded by the fragrance of incense. The Maurya Empire rose with Ashoka, whose throne was not just a position of power but a commitment to Dharma, the moral law. The edicts carved into stone were his legacy, guiding his people with principles of peace and kindness. The vibrancy of life pulsed through the streets, where citizens felt the direct impact of the ruler's heart. But the stories of thrones were never complete without conflict. Rivals emerged like shadows, eager to claim what was not theirs. The tales of ancient thrones stretched far and wide, each echoing with the voices of those who had once inhabited them. In the vibrant courts of Mesoamerica, the rulers of the Maya and Aztec civilizations sat on thrones that rose above their people, crafted from stone and adorned with intricate carvings. Their reigns were marked by the cycles of the sun and moon, and the thrones served as a constant reminder of their connection to the cosmos. Yet, like all others, their power was tested by storms of rebellion, where the very people they ruled could turn against them in a heartbeat. Amidst all these thrones, a common thread wove through history, a relentless ambition for power, a thirst for glory, and the ever-present fear of losing it all. The emotions collided, sparked like flint against steel, igniting the fires of history that would burn long after the thrones themselves had crumbled into dust. Power and vulnerability danced a perilous waltz, leaving behind stories that would echo through the ages, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, the next thrones to rise and fall, and the next set of hopes and dreams to flicker like candles in the dark. In a dimly lit chapel, the flicker of candlelight danced across the stone walls, casting long shadows that whispered the secrets of ages past. The air was thick with incense, a heady mixture that seemed to bind the sacred and the profane, the divine and the earthly. Here, in this sacred space, kings knelt before altars, their foreheads pressed to the cold, hard stone, begging for strength, guidance, and the favor of a higher power. It was a desperate act, one that spoke volumes about the fragile nature of authority wrapped tightly in the warm, comforting embrace of religion. As the monarchs prayed, they believed with every fiber of their being that their power was not merely a birthright but a divine blessing. Crowned with gold, draped in rich fabrics, they were not just rulers. They were chosen by God. Every decree, every law, every war fought was a reflection of divine will, an echo of ancient promises made under heaven's watchful gaze. The church stood beside them, a towering figure, wielding immense power and influence, with priests and bishops acting as intermediaries between the crown and the celestial. Their words, laced with the authority of sacred texts, could uplift a king to greatness or cast him into shadow, as fickle as the wind. Consider the story of King Henry VIII, a man whose desires reshaped the very fabric of England. His longing for a male heir, entwined with a heart that yearned for love, drove him to break from the Catholic Church, declaring himself the head of the Church of England. It was a perilous gamble, one that sent tremors through the land and beyond. The echoes of his decision reverberated through the halls of power, shaking the foundations of authority. The moment he declared his supremacy over religious matters, he not only wielded a crown but also claimed the mantle of divine right, a dangerous game of power that would forever change the relationship between the throne and the church. The rift was palpable, like the crack of thunder in an otherwise calm sky, and all of England held its breath. In the shadows of royal courts, whispers of divine right mingled with ambition and treachery. The clergy, once protectors of the faith, became pawns in a far larger game. Kings and queens learned that to hold onto their thrones, they needed the fervor of the faithful. When Queen Elizabeth I ascended to the throne, her Protestant faith was both a sword and a shield. With every sermon that stirred the hearts of her people, she solidified her authority, weaving a tapestry of loyalty that was as strong as iron. She understood the pulse of her kingdom. She knew that to be revered was to be perceived as divinely ordained. The tension between church and state reached fever pitch during the English Civil War. King Charles I, convinced of his divine right to rule, found himself at odds with Parliament and the rising tide of Puritanism. The clash was brutal, as armies marched with fervor fueled by faith. The cries of the faithful rang out from the battlegrounds, their fervent prayers mingling with the clash of swords. The king, captured and put to trial, faced an audience that had once bowed before him but now sought to strip him of his power. The dramatic irony surged as Charles, the defender of divine order, faced the executioner's block. The sound of the axe falling resounded not just in the physical realm but in the spiritual, shattering the illusion of unassailable royal authority. Yet, religion's grip on royal power wasn't just about monarchs. It was a force that breathed life into revolutions and caused the rise of movements. Consider the fervor of the Spanish Armada, where the Catholic King Philip II sought to impose his faith on England. The sea churned, a chaotic dance of faith and power, as ships sailed not merely to conquer but to spread a divine message. The Protestant winds that guided the English ships to victory were seen as nothing short of miraculous. Each cannon fired was like a prayer offered up to the heavens, asserting that God, indeed, had chosen a side. The intertwining destinies of faith and power were as profound as they were dangerous. Across the Atlantic, the influence of religion on royal authority continued to unfold in new and unexpected ways. The Puritan settlers who fled to the New World sought a land where they could worship freely, unshackled from the constraints of royal decree. Their belief that they were on a divine mission to create a city upon a hill added an intensity to their quest for independence. With every harsh winter endured, every Native American confrontation, they felt the weight of divine purpose compelling them onward. They were not mere settlers. They were the chosen, and their God was interwoven into the fabric of their burgeoning society. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of the East, the Mughal Empire illustrated the intricate dance between religion and power. Akbar the Great, known for his progressive views, sought unity in a land divided by religious strife. He created a syncretic faith called Din-i-Ilahi, blending elements from Islam, Hinduism, and Zoroastrianism. His attempt to unify diverse beliefs under one imperial banner was both visionary and precarious. His court became a melting pot of cultures, yet the very act of redefining religious boundaries incited fear, resentment, and rebellion. The tension was palpable, as factions clashed, each believing they held the divine truth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the lands, the stories of kings and queens, of faith and authority, spoke of a world where power was fragile, a mere whisper away from chaos. The divine and the earthly were forever entwined, and as long as rulers sought legitimacy in the eyes of the heavens, the tension between faith and authority would persist. The flickering candle in the chapel remained a symbol, a constant reminder of the delicate balance between power and belief, where every prayer could sway the fate of nations, and every decree echoed through time, waiting to be written into the annals of history. And as the tales of power continued to unfold, the world braced itself, knowing that the next chapter would be written not just in ink, but in fervent prayers and dramatic battles fought on sacred ground. The stage was set for the relentless struggle between those who wore the crown and those who wielded the sacred scepter of faith, a dance of power that would never truly end, lingering on like the scent of incense in the air. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the cobbled streets of a bustling medieval village. Laughter echoed from the market square as vendors hawked their wares, fruits, meats, and colorful fabrics. Yet, beyond the lively chatter, a tension simmered just beneath the surface. In the grand castle on the hill, a lord sat upon his high-backed chair, a crown heavy on his brow, contemplating the fate of his lands and the loyalty of those who served him. Here, in a world molded by the feudal system, titles were everything. Lords ruled vast expanses of land, their power often upheld by military strength and the unwavering loyalty of their vassals. The intricate web of oaths and allegiance formed the backbone of this society, binding men to one another in a dance of duty, honor, and betrayal. It was a system born from chaos, where the promise of protection could be as fragile as the parchment it was written on. At the castle's entrance, a young knight named Aldrich paced anxiously, his heart pounding like a war drum. He was a vassal, sworn to defend his lord's land. Yet uncertainty loomed like a storm cloud overhead. The recent whispers of rebellion had reached even the stone walls of his lord's keep. His loyalty was being tested, not just by the threat of outside foes, but by the restless ambitions of other knights who coveted the very same lands he defended. As dusk settled in, the lord gathered his vassals in the great hall. The flickering flames of torches illuminated their faces, revealing a mix of determination and fear. Each knight stood tall, adorned in armor that gleamed with the promise of valor, yet their eyes betrayed a deeper unease. They knew what was at stake, the lives and livelihoods hanging in the balance of their choices. Aldrich felt the weight of his sword at his side, a constant reminder that honor often required sacrifices. The Lord's voice boomed through the hall, filled with authority and urgency. We face a menace that threatens to topple all we have built. I ask not just for your swords, but also for your hearts. Will you stand by me, or will you turn your backs when the hour is darkest? The knights exchanged glances, the tension thick enough to slice. Would loyalty prevail over ambition? Outside, the wind howled like a restless spirit, a chilling omen of the conflicts to come. The Lord's youngest daughter, Eleanor, stood at the edge of the hall, her heart aching for her father and the men who pledged their lives to him. She yearned to have a voice in their fate, yet she understood her place in this world, a world where women were often mere pawns in the games of power. As the knights gathered around the Lord, swearing fealty once more, Aldrich's mind raced. He felt the heat of the moment, the blood rushing through his veins, and the weight of his pledge to protect his lord's family and honor. The sound of swords being unsheathed echoed in his ears, a call to arms that stirred both fear and resolve. In a moment of raw emotion, Aldrich stepped forward, his voice steady. "My lord, I stand with you. I shall fight for this land, for our futures, and for the families that depend on us." His declaration was met with shouts of agreement, the camaraderie igniting a fire within the hall. But even as the camaraderie surged, an icy tendril of doubt crept into Aldrich's heart. Would his loyalty be enough to withstand the tides of change? That night, the castle was alive with preparations. Tents were erected in the courtyard, soldiers sharpening their swords, and women weaving battle banners. Eleanor moved among the bustling crowd, her heart pounding with both fear and hope. She caught snippets of conversation, plans for war, strategies, the names of those who might betray, and those who might uphold their sacred oaths. Old friendships were on the line, and trust hung by a mere thread. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow upon the earth, a shadowy figure approached the castle gates. A lone rider, cloaked in darkness, bore news from distant lands, the distant figure of betrayal looming larger by the hour. The guards, alert and vigilant, prepared to confront this new threat, their hands steady on their swords, ready to defend their home. Inside, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The Lord sensed the shift, the tension rising like a pot about to boil over. He called for his trusted advisors, the whispers of potential treachery echoing in his ears. Would his vassals remain loyal, or would the allure of power tempt them to turn? As the door creaked open, the rider revealed himself, his face hidden beneath a hood. "My lord," he began, his voice low and filled with urgency. "A rebellion gathers at the borders. They seek to unseat you. They know your vassals are restless." The room fell silent, the air heavy with dread. Aldrich's heart raced, pounding against his chest like a caged beast, ready to burst free. Who would betray us? The Lord's voice trembled with an edge of disbelief and fury. The rider's words hung in the air like a specter, a reminder that loyalty was as fragile as glass. Aldrich felt the weight of his sword again, the promise of protection intertwined with the fear of betrayal. In that moment, every knight in the hall felt the gravity of their choices. They had sworn their oaths, but as the specter of rebellion loomed larger, loyalty would face its greatest test. Every man in that room knew that to stand firm would mean not only fighting for their lord's honor, but also battling against the darkness that threatened to engulf their very lives. As dawn broke, casting its golden rays over the castle, the knights donned their armor and prepared for battle. They were no longer just lords and vassals. They were brothers in arms, bound by blood and honor, standing against the tide of betrayal. Aldrich took a deep breath, determination surging through him. The future of their lands rested not only on the swords they wielded but on the bonds they shared. The world outside awaited, filled with turmoil and the promise of glory and sacrifice. The echoes of their vows rang in their ears as they marched forward, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. The throne that bound them was not merely a seat of power, but a testament to their shared struggles, their triumphs, and their unyielding loyalty. The battlefield lay ahead, a canvas of fate yet to be painted with the colors of valor and betrayal. And as they advanced, the lines between loyalty and ambition began to blur, setting the stage for a conflict that would reshape their destinies forever. Cloaked in the shimmering fabric of history, a woman stands at the threshold of power, her heart racing with the weight of a crown perched precariously upon her head. Her eyes, fierce yet vulnerable, flicker with ambition and fear. This is not just any woman. She is a queen, a matriarch, a force of nature, revered and feared in equal measure. The stories of women like her ripple through time, echoing the struggles and triumphs that would shape nations. Take Cleopatra, the last pharaoh of ancient Egypt. With a gaze that could silence a room and a mind sharp as any sword, she entangled herself in the lives of the most powerful men of her era. Julius Caesar and Mark Antony found themselves drawn into her world, captivated not only by her beauty but by her intellect. Cleopatra was not merely an ornament of power. She wielded it with astounding skill, navigating the treacherous waters of political rivalry. She was a navigator of alliances, a queen who understood that real strength lay in forging compelling connections, both personal and political. The very air around her crackled with tension and desire, a vivid reminder of how powerful a woman could be when she claimed her rightful place in a man's world. Travel across time and space, and you will find the indomitable Queen Elizabeth I of England, a figure draped in a gown of rich fabric, her presence commanding a room. Faced with the daunting task of ruling a nation in a male-dominated society, Elizabeth transformed her femininity into an extraordinary strength. Her reign, known as the Elizabethan era, was a time of unparalleled cultural flourishing, with Shakespeare's words echoing through the halls of power. Yet, beneath the surface of this golden age, the Queen battled skepticism and treachery, her own council often questioning her decisions, doubting her capabilities simply because she was a woman. With every decree, she dismantled barriers, showcasing that a woman could govern as competently as any man, if not better. The fear in her enemies was palpable, for they knew that a woman with a crown could summon storms of wrath. In the vast landscapes of ancient Mali, the story of Queen Amanirenas unfolds. As the fierce ruler of the Kingdom of Kush, she led her armies into battle against the Romans, daring to defy one of the most formidable powers of her time. With one hand clutching a spear and the other raised in defiance, she became a symbol of strength. Her warriors, inspired by her courage, charged into the fray, their cries of battle harmonizing with her unyielding spirit. The Romans, who had never faced such a ferocious opponent, found themselves shaken, their confidence wavering. Amanirenas, with her unwavering resolve, carved her name into history, embodying the fierce spirit of a woman who will not back down. From the sun-drenched sands of Africa to the icy winds of Russia, Catherine the Great embraced her destiny with a fiery determination. At a time when women were often seen as mere pawns in the game of politics, she seized control, launching sweeping reforms that transformed her empire. With a mind as sharp as any blade, she engaged in philosophical debates, exchanging ideas with the greatest thinkers of her time. In her court, art flourished and culture thrived, marking an era of enlightenment. But her rise was not without peril. Secret plots swirled around her, and whispers of betrayal echoed through the palace halls. Yet, Catherine stood tall, a titan among men, proving that true power knows no gender. In the heart of the African continent, Queen Zinga of Ndongo and Matamba emerged as a fierce warrior against the Portuguese colonizers. With her indomitable spirit, she fought to preserve her people's freedom, refusing to surrender to foreign domination. Her diplomatic skills were unmatched. She forged alliances that would shift the balance of power in her favor. Clad in warrior attire, she strode into negotiations with a boldness that demanded respect. The Portuguese were often taken aback by her formidable presence, realizing too late that they had underestimated the strength of a woman who had emerged from the shadows of history to claim her rightful place in the light. Consider the valiant Empress Dowager Cixi of China, who maneuvered through the treacherous waters of court politics to ascend to power. In a world that sought to limit her influence, she became a master strategist, implementing reforms while navigating the intricacies of a patriarchal system. Her reign saw the modernization of China, yet her path was fraught with challenges. Opponents conspired against her, yet she held fast, her resolve unyielding. Cixi is a testament to the truth that power is not merely about wielding authority. It is about resilience, adaptability, and the ability to rise from the ashes of adversity. As their stories intertwine, a vibrant tapestry of female power emerges, each thread woven with threads of courage, resilience, and grace. These queens and matriarchs did more than rule. They reshaped the very fabric of their societies, asserting their agency in an era that sought to silence them. Their legacies inspire, a reminder that the fight for power is often fought not just on battlefields, but in the hearts and minds of those who dare to challenge the status quo. The air thickens with emotion, each tale interwoven with the struggles, triumphs, and sacrifices of remarkable women. Their victories reverberate through time, a call to future generations to rise, to embrace their power, and to shatter any chains that seek to bind them. In a world still grappling with the echoes of these struggles, the stories of queens and matriarchs serve as beacons of hope, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who follow. As the echoes of their voices linger, a new chapter beckons. The stage is set for the continuing evolution of female power. The world is on the brink of another transformation, where the lessons of the past ignite the flames of change in the present. The narrative does not end here. Rather, it spirals onward, as new stories of courage and leadership await to be told. The complexity of power dynamics, shaped by the indomitable spirit of women, will continue to unfold, urging all to listen, to learn, and to carry the legacy of these remarkable figures into the future. The air was thick with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the campfires of weary soldiers. Each flame flickered like a heartbeat, a reminder of the life that pulsed within the hearts of those preparing for a battle that would echo through centuries. In the distance, the glint of armor and the sharp cries of men prepared for war whispered a tale of faith, desperation, and ambition. The Crusades had begun, and the quest for dominion was about to unfold. In the year 1095, a fervent call rang out from Pope Urban II, stirring a restless Europe. He urged men to take up arms and reclaim the Holy Land, a place where Jesus walked, where faith flowed like water, and where honor could be restored. The promise of forgiveness of sins and glory in heaven ignited a fire in the hearts of many. Knights, peasants, and nobles alike answered this call, lured by visions of bravery and the chance to etch their names into history. Among them was a young knight named Godfrey of Bouillon. His heart raced at the thought of liberating Jerusalem. With each swing of his sword, he imagined himself a savior, a protector of the faith. Yet, beneath his valor lay a simmering anxiety, a doubt that gnawed at his soul. Was this holy crusade truly righteous, or merely a mask for greed and power? As he sat by the flickering fire, the faces of men he loved and families left behind haunted him. Each crackle of burning wood echoed like a whisper of their fears. As the Crusaders marched onward, they faced not only the scorching sun and relentless terrain but also the specter of their own morality. At Antioch, they encountered fierce resistance. The city they had promised to take fell into a brutal struggle, blood staining the walls that had stood for centuries. Godfrey stood at the forefront, sword gleaming bright, yet in the heat of battle, he couldn't escape the cries of the wounded and the bodies left behind. Each life taken weighed heavily on him, and he questioned if salvation could truly arise from such violence. Victory came at a cost. After months of besiegement, Antioch fell. Triumph surged through the Crusaders, but it was a hollow kind of glory. The streets ran red with the blood of friends and foes alike, and the air was thick with the scent of death. Godfrey, standing amidst the chaos, felt a shudder of unease ripple through him. Was this the divine purpose they sought, or had they become pawns in a game much larger than themselves? The final approach to Jerusalem was a culmination of fervor and despair. Thousands of men filled the dusty roads, their hearts beating in unison, pounding to the rhythm of destiny. The city loomed before them, a sacred jewel that had captivated countless souls. As they neared its walls, the cries of "God wills it" rang out, echoing the zeal of their mission. Yet, within Godfrey, a conflict brewed. Could faith justify such bloodshed? Could they truly cleanse the land with their swords? In the days leading to the assault on Jerusalem, the air crackled with anticipation. Crusaders gathered, their faces painted with a mix of hope and dread. They prayed for guidance and strength, clinging to the promise of divine favor. But amid the fervent prayers, the haunting realities of war lingered. Families were torn apart, innocent lives caught in the crossfire of a greater ambition. The Crusaders were not just fighting for a city. They were entangled in a web of faith, ambition, and human frailty. As the siege began, the sounds of clashing steel and the cries of the desperate filled the air. Godfrey, who once envisioned glory, now felt the weight of every life lost. The walls of Jerusalem thickened with despair as the Crusaders fought fiercely, driven by a blend of faith and desperation. Night fell like a shroud, and the city that had held centuries of sacred stories now echoed with the haunting cries of battle. Each stone in the ancient city seemed to weep as blood soaked the ground below. Finally, after relentless days of struggle, the gates of Jerusalem crumbled. Godfrey surged forward, his heart pounding wildly. But as he crossed the threshold, the exhilaration of victory quickly faded. What lay before him was not a paradise reclaimed, but a scene of horror and chaos. The Crusaders poured into the city, their swords raised high, but the images that greeted them painted a very different picture. Streets littered with the remnants of lives shattered, cries for mercy drowned under the weight of their fervent mission. Days of celebration turned into nights haunted by the specter of what had been done. Godfrey stood atop a wall, gazing down at the city he had fought so hard to liberate. His heart ached for the lives lost, the blood spilled in the name of faith. The weight of his choices bore down on him, heavy like the armor he wore. Was this what they had fought for? As he watched the flickering fires of celebration turn to solemn remembrance, he pondered the cost of dominion and the price of faith. As the Crusades rolled on, the vision of a holy war began to shift. What had started as a quest for spiritual salvation morphed into a struggle for power and land. The noble intentions of men became twisted in the throes of ambition. Each battle that followed was a blend of glory and moral ambiguity, a chaotic dance of faith and power that would reshape the world. The cries of the innocent and the laughter of the victors mingled, creating a haunting symphony that would resonate through history, echoing the complex nature of human desire and divine purpose. And so, the Crusades marched on, a relentless tide of faith and conquest, forever changing the landscape of the world. With every clash of swords, the quest for dominion fueled a fire that would burn long after the last battle. The heart of humanity, caught in a battle of spirit and ambition, pulsed on, waiting for the next chapter, for the next call to arms that would rise from the ashes of what had been. The air crackled with tension as the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over a world on the brink of transformation. In a grand hall adorned with golden chandeliers, a king sat upon his opulent throne, his face betraying the weight of a crown that had ruled for centuries. Yet, outside those gilded walls, the whispers of change churned like a tempest, threatening to sweep away the age-old order that had defined human history. The king's heart raced. Shadows crept into the corners of his mind, hinting at the rise of something larger than his kingdom. Across the seas, empires expanded, their ambitions fueled by dreams of conquest and glory. The Mongols, fierce and relentless, surged forth from the steppes, their hooves thundering like a heartbeat that echoed in the chambers of every monarch's palace. The Silk Road, once a mere trade route, transformed into a corridor of power, connecting distant lands and igniting desires that would alter the course of nations. In the fog of night, a soldier from the distant empire stood before a fire, the flames dancing like spirits desperate to escape their earthly confines. He gazed into the flickering embers, each spark a dream, each crackle a promise. The emperor's ambition was clear: expand the empire, seize the moment, and rewrite the stories of the past. The soldier's heart raced not just with the thrill of battle, but with a sense of belonging to something greater than himself, a movement that would shake the very foundations of civilization. Back in the castle, the king's advisors huddled around a table strewn with maps. Their eyes darted between the drawings of far-off lands filled with untold riches and the bold lines marking the boundaries of their own realm. The tension was palpable, a knife edge of fear and hope. The whispers grew louder, echoing the thoughts of everyone in the room. How long could they hold out against the tide of history? The old ways were crumbling, and the weight of tradition bore down heavily. Each corner of the kingdom brimmed with tales of rebellion. Peasants, once loyal subjects, began to rally, hungry for a taste of power they had only ever dreamed of. Their voices rose in unison, a choir of discontent echoing through the cobblestone streets. They spoke of empires that promised not just conquest but also a voice, a stake in their destiny. The king felt a chill sweep through him. Would his people abandon the crown for the allure of a new order? In the marketplace, vendors shouted their wares, but their words held a different meaning. "Join us! Break free from the shackles of the past!" they cried, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who had been silenced for too long. The smell of fresh bread mingled with the scent of revolution, as new ideas bubbled beneath the surface, threatening to explode into something uncontrollable. The ground trembled with the weight of aspirations, and the king knew This was no fleeting moment. This was the dawn of empires. Across the continent, another monarch peered out from the ramparts of his castle, the horizon ablaze with the colors of a sunset that foreshadowed impending change. He had built his domain through blood and sweat, but the world was changing faster than he could comprehend. He clutched the hilt of his sword, a relic of battles fought and won, yet he felt its weight grow heavier. The empires around him were hungry, and their eyes glistened with ambition. In their pursuit of power, they threatened to eclipse everything he had worked for. The tension surged as emissaries from the farthest reaches of these empires arrived with extravagant gifts and bold promises. They came bearing tales of conquests and riches, their voices dripping with honeyed words designed to seduce and beguile. "Join us, and you shall not only survive, you shall thrive." The monarch's chest tightened. The allure of an empire beckoned, but at what cost? He could feel the fabric of loyalty unraveling, threads snapping under the weight of dreams that were reaching beyond his grasp. Every night, the king lay awake, haunted by visions of the future. His dreams twisted into nightmares, revealing a world where the crown was a mere trinket and the power shifted like sand underfoot. He could see the soldiers marching, not for him, but for a cause that would pull them into a new realm of existence. With each passing day, he felt the cool breath of the empire on his neck, and a knot formed in his stomach, tightening with every heartbeat. As the first light of dawn broke, the king made his way to the battlements. He looked out over the land he had ruled for so long, a tapestry woven from the sweat and tears of generations. Somewhere beyond the horizon, the empires stirred, their ambitions like wildfires consuming all in their path. He felt the urge to shout, to rally his people, but deep down, he knew that the old ways were slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. In that moment, as the sun rose higher, illuminating the landscape, a choice loomed before him: stand firm against the tide or embrace the inevitable shift of power that was upon them. The choice was not his alone. It belonged to everyone. The fate of his kingdom lay intertwined with the dreams of peasants, soldiers, and noblemen alike, all staring into the abyss of an uncertain future. The world outside the castle walls was alive with noise, the pulse of a new dawn beating in sync with the growing ambition of empires rising to claim their place. The lines were drawn, and the struggle for dominance was just beginning. As the old order trembled, a new age beckoned, bright with promise yet fraught with peril, where every heart beat with a rhythm of longing and fear, waiting for the moment when everything would change forever. In the flickering candlelight of the grand hall, shadows danced against the ornate walls, whispering secrets of power, ambition, and art. A hushed anticipation filled the air as courtiers, adorned in sumptuous silks and brocade, gathered to witness a transformation. A moment where crowns and canvases intertwined. The Renaissance had arrived, and it was a force that would redefine not only the essence of kingship but also the very soul of Europe. The echoes of a lute reverberated, a haunting melody that floated like a ghost through the ornate arches of Florence. Here, in the cradle of this cultural rebirth, men like Lorenzo de' Medici stood not just as rulers, but as patrons of a new era. His outstretched hand guided artists, sculptors, and thinkers, breathing life into a world that had long been cloaked in the shadows of the past. "The artist is the most noble of souls," Lorenzo proclaimed, his voice like molten gold, illuminating the hearts of those who yearned for beauty and truth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Michelangelo's chisel struck stone, each blow a thunderclap of inspiration. It was not just marble he was sculpting. He was shaping the very identity of mankind. With every statue, he challenged the divine order, reimagining humanity's place in the cosmos. David, a symbol of defiance and strength, emerged from the stone. A young shepherd, poised with a slingshot, ready to face giants. The people of Florence gasped, their breaths hitching, for in that moment, they saw not merely a figure, but a reflection of their own hopes, their own struggles, a narrative of courage in the face of overwhelming odds. In the bustling market squares, where merchants hawked their wares and children played, whispers of the divine mingled with the mundane. The common folk felt a stir within them, Art was no longer confined to the churches and palaces. It was alive, vibrant, and accessible. The colors of Raphael's frescoes splashed across ceilings, filling hearts with divine joy. Each brushstroke seemed to sing, beckoning the viewer closer, urging them to ponder the mysteries of faith and existence. Rapture washed over the crowds as they gazed upon these masterpieces. The sacred felt intimate, as if God himself were reaching down to touch humanity. Across the Alps, in the courts of France and England, kings donned golden crowns that glimmered with the weight of their lineage. Yet in their hearts, they struggled with the essence of their reign. Louis XIV, the Sun King, sought to embody the divine right to rule, but the burgeoning Renaissance demanded more than mere lineage. It called for a connection between the ruler and the ruled, a bond forged through culture and intellect. The king's image transformed. He became a symbol of enlightenment, a champion of the arts. Lavish gardens blossomed at Versailles, not just as a display of wealth, but as a sanctuary for ideas and innovation. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the flames of revolution flickered on the horizon. In the salons of Paris, philosophers like Voltaire and Rousseau challenged the age-old narratives, igniting new thoughts that spread like wildfire. The common people, once mere subjects, began to envision themselves as participants in their fate. The elegant discourse of the elite could hardly contain the bubbling desire for equality, for liberty. Art became a weapon, a way to voice discontent. Paintings depicted the struggles of the poor, the harshness of life, and the beauty of rebellion. It was not just about aesthetics. It was a call to arms, urging the masses to rise and reshape their destinies. In the vibrant streets of Venice, the carnival unfolded in a riot of colors, masks hiding identities yet revealing truths. Artists adorned their creations with allegories of power and piety, a commentary on the shifting tides of society. Titian's brush danced across canvases, capturing the hedonistic splendor of life while hinting at the fragility of existence. The laughter of revelers mingled with the somber notes of reflection, as everyone wore masks that concealed but also unveiled their deepest desires and fears. Yet, even amidst this artistic explosion, shadows lurked. The Inquisition loomed, a tempest threatening to extinguish the flickering light of humanism. Artists risked their lives for the sake of truth, embedding poignant messages within their work, hidden yet palpable. Caravaggio used chiaroscuro to reveal the stark contrast between light and darkness, life and death. His subjects, often flawed and raw, resonated with the collective human experience. No longer were they distant saints. They were flesh and blood, grappling with struggles that mirrored the audience's own. The Renaissance was a crucible of creation, where ideas collided and sparked like fireflies in the summer night. Each stroke of a brush, each note of a string, was a rebellion against silence. The spirit of invention surged forward. Galileo turned his telescope skyward, unfurling the universe's grand tapestry. The stars whispered secrets of a cosmos alive with possibility, igniting a passion for knowledge that rippled across continents. Kings could no longer simply claim divine right. They had to earn their place amidst the waves of change. The tension mounted as revolutions brewed beneath the surface. The power of the people grew, an unstoppable force fueled by the very art and culture that had blossomed so beautifully. The world was on the brink, a precipice of transformation. With every passing day, the Renaissance's flames grew brighter, illuminating paths to freedom, self-expression, and a new kind of kingship, one that acknowledged the voice of the people, not just the dictates of the crown. And as the sun set on this vibrant tapestry of history, the echoes of the past stirred the hearts of those who dared to dream. Every painting, every sculpture, every sonnet whispered of a future yet unwritten, a future that stretched endlessly beyond the horizon, waiting for someone to seize it, to define it anew. With bated breath, the world held its pulse, teetering on the edge of rebirth, as the next chapter of humanity was poised to unfold, bursting forth with creativity and fervor, yearning to break free from the chains of tradition. The salty breeze stung the faces of sailors as they leaned over the rails of weathered ships, their hearts pounding with a mix of hope and dread. They were not simply crossing an ocean. They were on the brink of diving into the unknown, a vast expanse where adventure and danger danced hand in hand. Each wave that crashed against the hull was a whisper of destiny, urging them onward into a world that beckoned like a siren in the night. In those moments, the spirit of the age of exploration surged, pushing men to the edges of the map, where dragons were once believed to dwell. The year was 1492, and the world was about to change irrevocably. Christopher Columbus stood on the deck of his ship, the Santa Maria, eyes wide with a fierce determination that propelled him forward. He was convinced that beyond the horizon lay a treasure trove of riches, a shortcut to the riches of Asia. Little did he know that his journey would forever alter the course of history, bridging two worlds that had remained apart for centuries. The anticipation in the air was electric, charged with the dreams of glory and the fear of failure. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the sun rose over the vibrant landscapes of the Americas, unaware of the seismic shifts about to ripple through its shores. The indigenous peoples went about their daily lives, fishing, farming, and celebrating their rich traditions, oblivious to the ships that would soon darken their horizons. They danced under the vast sky, laughter echoing in the valleys, their connection to the land deep and profound, rooted in centuries of history. Their lives were interwoven with nature, a sacred bond that spoke of harmony and balance. But the winds of change were rising. As Columbus made landfall, the cries of discovery mixed with the somber realization of impending conquest. He claimed the land for Spain, a mere gesture that would mark the beginning of a relentless tide of colonization. Each ship that followed in his wake brought with it not just settlers, but invaders draped in the guise of explorers, armed with the power of empires and the zeal of religion. The clash of cultures was inevitable, a thunderous storm brewing on the horizon. Soon, the likes of Hernán Cortés and Francisco Pizarro would carve out empires in the heart of the Aztec and Incan civilizations, leaving behind a legacy soaked in blood and ambition. Cortés, with his burning desire for wealth, marched toward Tenochtitlan, a city shimmering with gold and jewels. The heart of the Aztec Empire beat strong, but under the weight of foreign steel and cunning, it began to falter. The clash of swords rang out like a funeral bell, echoing across the valley, a sound that would resonate through the ages. Each strike dismantled not just a civilization but a way of life, leading to a haunting silence where vibrant cultures once thrived. Pizarro, too, found his fortune in the Andes, where he laid siege to the Inca Empire. The glimmer of gold was a siren's call, luring him deeper into a land rich with tradition and history. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, the cries of the Inca warriors filled the air, battling against the tide of greed that sought to drown them. The conquerors were relentless, their eyes fixated on the shimmer of gold and silver that promised power and prestige back home. The treasures they amassed were staggering, but they came at a terrible cost. Lives lost, cultures erased, and a sense of belonging shattered. The oceans that once separated continents became highways for trade and conquest, as countries raced to claim their piece of the new world. The journeys across the Atlantic were fraught with peril. Storms raged, and ships were lost to the deep. Yet, the spark of exploration ignited a fierce determination in countless souls willing to stake their lives on the chance of new beginnings. Each voyage brought tales of exotic lands, strange peoples, and unimaginable riches, feeding the insatiable appetite of European nations eager to expand their dominions. As empires grew, so did the shadows of their ambitions. The horrors of the slave trade emerged, a dark chapter woven into the fabric of exploration. Ships sailed under the guise of trade, but their holds were filled not with goods, but with human souls enslaved and torn from their homes. The cries of the oppressed echoed across the oceans, a haunting reminder of the price of greed. Each life lost was a story unfinished, a legacy extinguished before it could bloom. Through it all, the flames of change flickered, casting light on the resilience of those who resisted. Indigenous leaders rose, their spirits unbroken despite the overwhelming odds. They fought not only for their lands but for their very existence, wielding their knowledge of the terrain as a weapon against the invaders. Each act of defiance sparked hope, a glimmer of strength amidst despair. reminding the settlers that this land was not theirs to claim. As the age of exploration surged forward, it became a tapestry of dreams, desires, and devastation, an intricate pattern colored by the aspirations of those who dared to venture into the unknown. Nations carved their names into history, while the fabric of societies unraveled and wove anew. The oceans, once a boundary, became a link, connecting disparate cultures while threatening to tear them apart. The horizon was no longer just a line. It was a challenge, daring men to reach for the impossible. Ships continued to sail, carrying with them the weight of ambition and the promise of discovery. Each voyage was an echo of the past, a reminder that the world was a vast, interconnected realm waiting to be filled with stories of both triumph and tragedy. The waves whispered secrets to the winds, tales of those who dared to cross into the unknown, forever altering the lives of countless souls. And so, as one chapter closed, another began, the oceans ever restless and the dreams of tomorrow lying just beyond the horizon, waiting to be seized. In the flickering candlelight of a dimly lit Parisian salon, the air buzzed with whispered ideas that crackled like electricity. A group of thinkers, men and women who dared to challenge the very fabric of society, gathered around a table strewn with papers and books, their hearts pounding in unity against the age-old chains of monarchy. Each sip of wine tasted like rebellion. Every word spoken was a brush stroke on the canvas of a new world. They were the architects of change, and the tension in the room was palpable, as though the very walls could sense the storm of thoughts brewing within. Voltaire, with his sharp wit and piercing gaze, leaned forward, his voice steady yet vibrant. "If God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him," he declared, igniting the sparks of debate. The weight of his words hung in the air, charged with the realization that the divine right of kings was crumbling. To believe that rulers were appointed by God was to be shackled by ignorance. The thinkers nodded, their minds racing with visions of a society built on reason rather than blind faith. Across the room, Rousseau, a man whose very soul pulsated with the rhythm of the people, eloquently argued that true liberty lay not in subservience to a king but in the collective will of the citizens. "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," he proclaimed, his voice rising, resonating with those who felt the oppression of absolute rule. The room swelled with fervor, the atmosphere thick with hope and despair. As the thinkers grappled with the realization that a new age was dawning, they envisioned a world where every voice mattered, where the will of the people was sovereign, and the throne was no longer sacred. But not all were in agreement. A shadow of doubt loomed over the fervent optimism. Some whispered of chaos, of anarchy that could arise from dismantling centuries of tradition. The relentless clinking of glasses punctuated the silence that followed, as voices rose and fell, each idea challenging the last. The kings and queens of Europe, fattened by privilege, were not simply going to relinquish their power without a fight. The very essence of monarchy was at stake, and the air hung heavy with uncertainty. As the night wore on, the thinkers invoked the ghost of Thomas Hobbes, whose alarm bells of chaos echoed in their minds. In a state of nature, life is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short, he had warned, a stark reminder of the possible darkness that lay beyond the rule of kings. Fear coiled around their hearts, but it was met with the courage born of passion. They clung to the belief that a social contract, an agreement among free individuals, could forge a path to a brighter future. In the depths of those discussions, the Enlightenment philosophers felt the pulse of history quickening. They were not merely scholars but revolutionaries. Each word was a sword drawn against tyranny, each idea a flame that threatened to consume the old order. They spoke of rights, of liberty, of justice, a tapestry woven from the threads of human dignity. Yet, outside the salon, the streets of Paris simmered with unrest. The cries of the common people echoed in the alleyways, their hunger and despair forming a cacophony that could not be ignored. The thinkers, cocooned in their intellectual sanctuary, knew that their ideas were a double-edged sword. The winds of change were sweeping through Europe, and soon they would reach the very heart of the monarchy. Would enlightenment spark a revolution, or would it lead to a greater tyranny? The philosophical battles fought within those walls rippled through the city like waves. Pamphlets bearing bold ideas circulated, igniting thoughts in the hearts of ordinary citizens. The air turned electric with the scent of hope and rebellion. The ideas of liberty, equality, and fraternity began to take root, spreading like wildfire, igniting the passions of the masses. In a darkened corner of the salon, a woman named Olympe de Gouges rose from her seat. Her voice, steady and unwavering, pierced the noise. "I declare that women have the right to mount the scaffold. They should equally have the right to access the speaker's platform," she proclaimed, her words striking like a bolt of lightning. The room fell silent. The idea that women might claim their voice, their rights, challenged the very foundations of society. A spark of revolution flickered in her declaration, hinting at a future where equality was not just for the privileged few. With every passing moment, the revolutionaries felt the ground beneath them shift. The monarchy had become a Goliath, but the ideas of the Enlightenment were the stones that could bring it crashing down. They discussed the writings of John Locke, who insisted that governments existed to protect the rights of the people. His assertion that the governed had the right to revolt against tyranny reverberated in their souls. They felt the pulse of history urging them to act. Outside, the torches of the angry populace flickered in the night, illuminating faces filled with determination. They no longer wished to be mere subjects under the watchful eye of a king. They sought to be citizens, equal in rights, equal in voice. The tension built to an unbearable crescendo, and the thinkers knew they had to choose a side. Their words were no longer confined to the salon. They were spilling into the streets, igniting a fire that could not be extinguished. As dawn broke over the horizon, a new era was upon them. The air was thick with the promise of upheaval, a revolution driven not just by swords and shields but by ideas that were forging a new world. The Enlightenment's philosophical challenges to monarchy had unleashed something powerful, something unstoppable. The thinkers felt the weight of history on their shoulders, the exhilarating thrill of possibility mingling with the terror of the unknown. The world was about to change forever, and their hearts raced with the knowledge that they were at the very forefront of this monumental shift. Without realizing it, they stood on the precipice of a new reality, a reality where the voices of the people would rise in defiance against the throne. As they prepared to step out into a world filled with uncertainty, the echoes of their ideas reverberated in their minds, a testament to the transformative power of thought, a power that could change lives, topple empires, and reshape the very nature of governance. The thinkers exchanged looks of understanding, knowing this was only the beginning of a revolution that would echo through the ages. The air was thick with anticipation as whispers of rebellion drifted through the streets of Boston. It was 1775, and the tension was palpable, like a bowstring drawn tight, ready to snap. A colony on the brink of change stood poised between loyalty and independence, and the ideals that would shape a nation began to flicker like a candle in the dark. It was a time when hearts beat with fervor, and the cry for freedom resonated like thunder rolling across the horizon. In the early morning light, a group of men gathered in a dimly lit tavern, their faces etched with determination. Among them was Samuel Adams, a man whose passion for liberty ignited the spirit of revolution. He spoke of rights that belonged not to kings, but to every person, inalienable rights that could not be taken away. With every word, he painted a vision of a world without tyranny, where government existed to serve the people, not the other way around. The tavern vibrated with energy, each drink raised in solidarity, each cheer a promise that they would no longer be silenced. Across the Atlantic, the British crown tightened its grip, unaware of the storm brewing in the hearts of the colonists. The battles at Lexington and Concord were not just skirmishes. They were the birth pangs of a new identity. The shot heard round the world echoed through history, a declaration that the colonies would no longer stand idly by. It was a moment when ordinary men became soldiers, fueled not by glory but by the fierce belief in their right to self-govern. As the days turned into weeks, the whispers grew louder. Letters filled with fervent pleas for unity crisscrossed the colonies. Thomas Paine's pamphlet, Common Sense, found its way into hands eager for change. With simple words, Paine dismantled the arguments for monarchy, urging the colonists to see themselves as a new nation. "What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly," he wrote, capturing the essence of sacrifice that lay ahead. The pages crackled with passion, as if igniting a fire in the hearts of those who read them. In the summer of 1776, the world held its breath as the Second Continental Congress gathered in Philadelphia. Outside, the streets bustled with life, but inside, the air was thick with tension and hope. The Declaration of Independence was being forged, a document that proclaimed not just a separation from Great Britain, but the birth of Republican ideals. John Adams pushed for bold language, urging his fellow delegates to embrace the radical notion that all men are created equal. Each stroke of the quill carried the weight of their dreams and fears, cementing a legacy that would ripple through time. The debates were fierce, the stakes higher than ever. Delegates stood on the precipice of history, wrestling with the implications of their words. They spoke of rights, of governance, of equality, and liberty. It was a cacophony of emotions. Fear of failure mingled with the exhilaration of possibility. The ink dried on the parchment, sealing a commitment to a world where power flowed from the people, where the government existed to protect their unalienable rights. As they signed the document, a collective breath was held. Each signature was not just a name, it was a promise that they would fight for this vision, even if it meant facing the might of a powerful empire. Outside, crowds gathered, hearts racing, as news spread like wildfire. A declaration had been made, and the very essence of what it meant to be American was taking shape. There was no turning back now. The fight for independence was brutal and bloody. Battles raged across fields that had once been quiet, echoing with the sound of muskets and cannon fire. The winter at Valley Forge tested the spirit of the Continental Army as frostbite and starvation threatened to snuff out their dream. Yet, through the agony of sacrifice, their resolve only grew stronger. Each soldier, from Washington to the common farmer, believed in the republic they were fighting for. They envisioned a land where freedom reigned, where their voices mattered, and where their children would inherit a brighter future. Amidst the turmoil, the ideas of governance were evolving. The Articles of Confederation attempted to bind the young states, but it quickly became clear that unity required more than mere agreement. The challenges of a fledgling nation illuminated the need for a stronger framework. This realization set the stage for a gathering that would change the course of history once again. As the shadows of discontent loomed, men like James Madison and Alexander Hamilton began to form ideas that would lay the foundation for a government unlike any that had come before. The summer of 1787 brought together a diverse group of delegates in Philadelphia, their minds buzzing with the urgency of their task. They wrestled with the very essence of what it meant to be a republic. Should the voices of the people echo through the halls of power, or should a select few govern on their behalf? The debates were fiery and passionate, filled with the echoes of their revolutionary past. Each decision felt monumental, each compromise a step toward a future that was yet to be written. As the Constitution emerged from these deliberations, it brought forth a framework that would endure. A system of checks and balances, a Bill of Rights, and the promise of a government that was accountable to the people. These were the Republican ideals that were fought for in blood and sweat. The very notion that power must be dispersed to prevent tyranny was a radical concept, one that would resonate through the ages. As the ink dried on the Constitution, a new chapter unfolded, but the spirit of the revolution lingered. Every town square, every bustling marketplace buzzed with discussions of liberty, rights, and representation. The ideals birthed in the crucible of conflict had taken root in the hearts of a nation. The revolution had not only changed the landscape of a continent, it had ignited a fire in the souls of its people, a fire that would continue to burn brightly for generations to come. The echoes of that revolutionary fervor continued to resonate, rippling through the struggles and victories that lay ahead. The journey toward true equality and justice was far from over, yet the seeds had been sown. As the sun set on that pivotal year of 1787, the winds of change swept through the land, carrying with them whispers of hope and the promise of a future defined by the very ideals that had sparked a revolution. On a chilly morning in July 1789, the air in Paris crackled with a restless energy. The scent of revolution hung heavily, mingling with the smoke from bonfires lit by the angry crowds. In the distance, the magnificent Bastille loomed, a fortress of tyranny, a symbol of oppression. Its walls, once impenetrable, now seemed to tremble under the weight of a growing storm. As the sun broke through the clouds, it illuminated the faces of thousands gathered, their eyes fierce with determination, hearts pounding with the promise of change. Today would be the day when fear would turn into fury, when the dreams of a new world would clash against the cold, hard reality of the old. In the days leading up to this pivotal moment, whispers of discontent filled the streets. The common people, burdened by heavy taxes and rising bread prices, had reached their breaking point. They were tired of the extravagance of the monarchy, tired of watching the king and queen indulge in lavish parties while their own children went to bed hungry. A fragile hope flickered in the hearts of the starving masses, urging them to seize their destiny. The cries for liberty, equality, and fraternity echoed through the cobblestone streets, igniting a fire that could not be extinguished. Inside the gilded halls of Versailles, King Louis XVI sat uneasily, his fingers tapping nervously on the table. He was a man caught in a world that was slipping through his grasp. The laughter of courtiers and the rustle of silk gowns surrounded him, but he felt like a ghost in his own kingdom. Marie Antoinette, adorned in extravagant jewels, was blissfully unaware of the growing tide of anger outside. Her famous quip about the people's hunger had turned into a dagger, twisting deeper into the hearts of the poor. "Let them eat cake," had become a rallying cry, a slogan of the discontent that would soon engulf the throne. As the sun rose higher, the events at the Bastille unfurled like a dark, dramatic play. The roar of the crowd swelled, a relentless wave crashing against the fortress walls.
Liberté.
Égalité. Fraternité? They screamed, their voices blending into a powerful anthem of rebellion. The guards, taken by surprise, were overwhelmed by the sheer force of the masses. Panic spread like wildfire. The air was thick with shouts, gunpowder, and the unmistakable scent of fear. Some guards stood steadfast, but many faltered, their loyalty wavering in the face of an uprising that felt like destiny itself. As the first shot rang out, time seemed to slow. The crowd surged forward, an unstoppable tide of anger and desperation. Hearts raced, breaths quickened, and for a moment, the world held its breath. What would happen next? With each clash of steel, the old ways crumbled. The Bastille, a fortress of oppression, was finally breached. The heavy iron doors swung open, and the people flooded inside, their victory as intoxicating as the wine they would later drink in celebration. The fortress's governor, Delaunay, was captured, dragged into the streets. His fate, a brutal life snuffed out by the very people he had once disregarded, became a haunting epitome of the New Age. As news of the storming spread throughout France, the tremors of revolution reached the farthest corners of the nation. Towns ignited with passion. Peasants took up arms against their feudal lords, and noble estates became battlegrounds. The backbone of the old regime began to crack as fear gripped those who had once sat comfortably in their thrones. The cacophony of rebellion echoed through every village, every city, as the cry for justice reverberated louder than ever. A wave of fear swept through the royal court. Louis XVI, once a symbol of stability, was now a marked man. As he looked into the eyes of his advisors, he could see the flicker of doubt, the shadow of betrayal. Marie Antoinette, perched high on her throne, could feel the ground shifting beneath her. The opulence that had once surrounded her became a gilded cage, one that threatened to shatter at any moment. In her heart, she felt the whispers of the crowd, the cries of the people. Her world was unraveling, but she clung to her denial like a lifebuoy in a stormy sea. The National Assembly emerged from the chaos, a beacon of hope for the revolutionaries. They gathered in the Estates General, determined to challenge the monarchy's grip on power. Mirabeau's passionate speeches ignited the crowd's fervor, while Robespierre's ideals of virtue and justice echoed among the ranks of the people. They spoke of a new France, one where the voice of the common man would matter, where the reign of tyranny would be toppled. The seeds of democracy were sown in the fertile ground of dissent. The months that followed were a whirlwind of upheaval. The guillotine, a fearsome symbol of justice, was raised high, waiting to claim its victims. The old aristocracy, once untouchable, now faced the wrath of the revolutionaries. Heads rolled beneath the cold steel, and the streets ran red with the blood of the privileged. The reign of terror had begun, and with it came an unyielding resolve to reshape society. Friends became foes, and paranoia seeped into the very fabric of existence. Supporters of the revolution turned on each other, sacrificing their comrades to the blade in a desperate bid for survival. Each day brought fresh horrors, yet amidst the chaos, there were moments of profound courage and heroism. Women like Olympe de Gouges emerged, demanding rights for women, her voice a powerful counterpoint to the male-dominated revolution. She penned the Declaration of the Rights of Woman and the Female Citizen, pleading for recognition in a world predominantly controlled by men. Her words, filled with passion and conviction, pierced the air like arrows, though they fell on deaf ears. As the revolution raged on, the world watched with bated breath. The fall of thrones was not just a French phenomenon. It rippled through Europe, shaking the foundations of monarchies far and wide. Kings and queens looked over their shoulders, fearing the whispers of revolution would soon find them. The ideals of the French Revolution, the calls for equality and freedom, began to seep into the minds of those once considered untouchable. Hope and fear intertwined, creating a tapestry of emotions as fragile as the lives caught in the upheaval. In the shadows of Paris, the people began to imagine a future where they would no longer be shackled by the chains of an oppressive regime. The flames of change flickered, illuminating the darkness of their struggle. Yet, with every victory, uncertainty loomed larger. Would the ideals of liberty lead to the dawn of a new era, or would they descend into a void of chaos? The tension was palpable, thickening the air as the fate of a nation hung precariously in the balance, waiting for the next dramatic turn in this tumultuous saga. In a dimly lit factory, the air thick with steam and the distant clanging of metal, a young girl named Eliza stood at her post, her tiny hands trembling as she worked the loom. She was just 12, but the weight of the world rested heavily on her small shoulders. The rhythmic thud of machines echoed through the cavernous space, drowning out the cries of her aching muscles. Each pull of the thread reminded her of the life she had left behind, a life of laughter, sunlight, and the warmth of her mother's embrace. Now, she was a cog in the relentless machine of progress, a silent witness to the birth of a new economic order. Around her, men and women labored under the relentless gaze of overseers. Their faces were shadowed, marked by exhaustion and despair. The Industrial Revolution promised prosperity, yet for many, it delivered suffering. Eliza caught the eye of a fellow worker, a boy no older than she, his hands bruised and calloused. He offered a weak smile, a flicker of human connection amidst the mechanical chaos. But that flicker was quickly snuffed out by the roar of the steam engine, a reminder that their lives were no longer their own. The factories rose like monstrous giants, symbolizing the new era, while the towns surrounding them transformed rapidly into a landscape of soot and smog. The rich, with their grand homes and lavish lifestyles, reveled in the wealth generated by the sweat of the poor. It was an age of innovation, yet for many, it was also an age of exploitation. The stark contrast between the thriving elite and the struggling masses created a tension that crackled in the air like static electricity. In the bustling streets of Manchester, a different scene unfolded. Merchants with top hats and tailcoats strolled down cobblestone paths, their pockets lined with gold. They spoke of railroads and factories as if they were gods, crafting destinies with their industrial might. Yet, just around the corner, families huddled in dilapidated homes, the walls thin as paper, scarcely able to block out the cold embrace of winter. Children danced in the muck of the alleyways, their laughter hauntingly joyful against a backdrop of despair, a bittersweet reminder of innocence lost. As the sun dipped below the horizon, fires flickered in the distance, casting long shadows on the faces of those who toiled endlessly in the factories. Strikes began to brew, whispers of rebellion mingling with the acrid smoke. Workers, once content to silently endure, gathered in dark corners to share their dreams of change. They spoke of unions, of a collective voice, of a future carved out by their own hands. Hope ignited their spirits, a flame that flickered defiantly against the oppressive darkness that surrounded them. Among the throngs, a man named Thomas emerged. His presence commanded attention, his voice resonating with the pain of the masses. "We deserve better," he proclaimed, his words cutting through the fatigue like a knife. "We are not mere machines." The crowd surged, a collective heartbeat pulsating with the promise of resistance. For the first time, they felt the power of unity, an exhilarating rush that coursed through their veins, igniting minds and stirring hearts. But just as swiftly as hope surged, it was met with fierce opposition. The ruling class, concerned for their profits, unleashed their wrath. The sound of boots marching echoed down the streets as the authorities moved to silence the uprising. Fear hung heavily in the air, thick and tangible, weaving through the ranks of the working class. Eliza, still at her loom, felt it too, a chill that crept into her bones. In the night, the streets echoed with chaos. Cries of the oppressed mingled with the shouts of the elite, a cacophony that resonated through the very fabric of society. The clash was not merely of bodies, but of ideals. It was a battle for the soul of a nation, a struggle between economic power and human dignity. The night air was filled with a cocktail of fear, anger, and a desperate yearning for justice. As dawn crept in, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Eliza's heart raced. The news of the previous night's upheaval spread like wildfire. The factories had fallen silent, a momentary pause in the relentless machine. The workers stood outside, their faces painted with defiance, hands clenched into fists. They were ready to fight, not just for better wages, but for dignity, for a world where children like her could dream without fear. And just when it seemed the tides might turn, the powers that be struck back with a vengeance. The echoes of the past were loud in the ears of the elite. They could not allow the poor to seize control. They unleashed a torrent of oppression, a reminder that the Industrial Revolution was an economic powerhouse, but it was also a ruthless beast that demanded sacrifice. For every victory won, a punishment would follow. Eliza watched as families were torn apart, fathers arrested, mothers left to fend for themselves. The cries of children filled the air, mingling with the cries of the workers. It was a symphony of sorrow, a haunting melody that would not be forgotten. In that moment, she understood that change was not merely a dream. It was a battle, fought not just with fists but with hope, resilience, and the unyielding spirit of humanity. As the years rolled on, the foundations of society trembled, caught in a dance between progress and despair. The factories continued to churn, the machines groaned, and the heart of the revolution pulsed with intensity. Voices rose in protest, echoing through the streets like a rallying cry for justice. Each uprising, each strike, was a testament to the indomitable will of the people. They dreamed not just of survival, but of a world where families could thrive, children could learn, and laughter could once again fill the air. But with every uprising came a backlash, a reminder that the path to change was fraught with peril. The cycle of oppression and resistance spiraled on, an endless loop that connected the past with the present, binding generations in a shared struggle for dignity and recognition. Eliza, standing in the shadows of the factory, felt it all, the hopes, the fears, the dreams of countless souls intertwined with her own. And so, she held on, her heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the revolution, knowing that the fight for justice was far from over. The machines clanked around her, a formidable presence. Yet within that cacophony, the whispers of change grew louder. The air was charged with emotion. A sense of urgency that promised something monumental was on the horizon, waiting to be born from the ashes of struggle and sacrifice. The dawn broke over a jagged horizon, casting a golden hue across the bodies of water that once breathed life into ancient civilizations. Yet even in this beauty, shadows stretched long, whispering tales of power, greed, and despair. The world was not just waking. It was trembling under the weight of an impending storm, one that would sweep across continents and carve scars into the very fabric of human history. As the sun climbed higher, the sails of ships filled with the breath of conquest surged forth. These vessels, crafted from timber and ambition, were more than mere wooden hulls. They were harbingers of change, laden with the hopes of empires and the dreams of men who sought glory at any cost. The Spanish, the Portuguese, the British, and the French. These were the names that would echo with both valor and villainy as they turned their gaze to distant shores. The world was ripe for the taking, and the ambitions of a few would alter the lives of millions forever. In the lush valleys of the Aztecs, where the air was thick with the scent of cacao and the rhythm of drums pulsed through the earth, an army led by Hernán Cortés arrived, unfolding like a dark flower. The indigenous people, rich in culture and wisdom, gazed upon these strangers with curiosity, unaware that their lives were about to be rewritten in blood. The clash of swords and shields would soon drown out the songs of their ancestors, turning vibrant celebrations into mournful dirges. Across the Atlantic, in Africa, the scene was equally haunting. The sun beat down mercilessly as men and women were seized from their homes, bound in chains, their spirits torn from their bodies. No longer were they the stewards of their land. They were commodities, traded like cattle in a marketplace where humanity was stripped away. The transatlantic slave trade became a grotesque symphony of suffering, where lives were measured not by dreams but by the capacity for labor. Those who dared resist were met with brutal force, their stories becoming echoes lost in the vastness of the ocean. Yet, amidst the chaos, there were glimmers of resistance and resilience. The Maroons of Jamaica, people who escaped the clutches of slavery, carved out a new existence in the mountains, becoming symbols of defiance. They fought back against their oppressors with fierce determination, refusing to be silenced. Their stories of bravery ignited hope, a flicker in the darkness that surrounded countless others. In the East Indies, another drama unfolded. The Dutch East India Company, a powerful conglomerate, preyed upon the islands rich with spices and exotic goods. The indigenous peoples, who had lived harmoniously with their environment for generations, faced destruction as their lands were claimed. The scent of nutmeg and cloves, which once filled the air, turned bitter as families were torn apart and traditions shattered. The clash of cultures was not merely a negotiation but a violent confrontation, leaving scars that would linger long after the last gunshot was fired. In India, the British East India Company extended its grip, shrouding the land in a mantle of authority that masked exploitation. The sepoys, once proud soldiers, became mere pawns in a game of power. The revolt of 1857 erupted like a thunderstorm, shaking the very foundations of British rule. Voices rose in unison, demanding freedom, justice, and the right to exist as they chose. Yet, the response was brutal. Villages burned, and an iron fist descended upon the land, seeking to crush the spirit of rebellion. The cries for independence echoed in the valleys, stirring a sense of purpose that would not die easily. Then there was the rush for Africa, as European powers scrambled for territory. Berlin's infamous conference in 1884 saw the continent divided like a cake, with little regard for the people who called it home. The Berlin Conference's maps drew arbitrary lines, splitting tribes and families apart, a cruel game of chess played by men in suits who had never set foot on the land they claimed. The colonizers arrived with their rifles, their ambitions wrapped in a cloak of civilization, a facade that masked their true intentions. The impact was devastating. Cultures were eroded, languages silenced, and identities fractured under the relentless march of imperialism. The battle for the hearts and minds of colonized peoples was not just fought on the battlefield. It seeped into schools, where young minds were molded to view their own heritage with disdain. Missions transformed into instruments of control, preaching a gospel of salvation while erasing the very roots of dignity. Traditional practices and beliefs were lost in the tide of foreign influence, as children were taught to look towards Europe as the beacon of progress and enlightenment. But amid the darkness, there were those who dared to dream of a different world. Figures like Mahatma Gandhi emerged, their spirits unyielding in the face of oppression. His message of nonviolence and civil disobedience sparked a fire that spread through the hearts of millions. The struggle for independence became a mosaic of voices, each adding a unique hue to the tapestry of resistance. The courage of these individuals became a testament to the human spirit, a flicker of light that refused to be extinguished. As colonial powers tightened their grip, the world stood on a precipice, teetering between destruction and the glimmer of freedom. The struggle was far from over. It was just beginning. The stories of those who fought, who bled, who dreamed of a different life would ripple through time, resonating in the hearts of generations to come. The echoes of resistance would fill the air, merging with the soft whispers of hope, reminding all who listened that the spirit of humanity could never be fully subdued. And so, as the sun set on this tumultuous chapter, the winds of change began to stir once more. The threads of history were woven tighter, drawing everyone closer to an unknown fate. The pages of existence turned, filled with the struggles and triumphs of the past, leading toward a horizon that shimmered with the promise of tomorrow. In the dim light of a flickering torch, a soldier stood atop a blood-soaked hill, the air thick with the scent of smoke and sweat. He clutched a tattered flag, its colors faded but still defiantly waving in the wind. Below him lay the remnants of a great battle, a field once teeming with life, now reduced to sorrow and ruin. The cries of the wounded echoed through the valley, and as he gazed down, he felt the weight of history pressing against his chest. This was not merely a fight for land. It was a contest of thrones, a violent dance that would either forge a new empire or scatter the hopes of a dynasty into the wind. War has always been a cruel architect, shaping the rise and fall of kings and empires. From the moment swords clanged against shields, destinies were rewritten. Take the fall of the Byzantine Empire in 1453, a poignant reminder of how the clash of forces can erase centuries of culture and power. As the walls of Constantinople crumbled under the relentless siege of the Ottoman Turks, the echo of cannon fire was not just the sound of destruction. It was the end of an era. A throne, once a symbol of divine right, now lay in the dust, and a new one rose from the ashes, crowned by the blood of the fallen. The story of thrones is intertwined with the art of war. Each battle fought was a stroke on the canvas of history. In a grand hall in England, King Richard III prepared for battle. He was a figure both feared and misunderstood, often depicted as a villain in the chronicles of time. Yet, beneath his armor lay a man struggling with the weight of expectation and the ambition that had driven him into the arms of death on Bosworth Field in 1485. The clash of armies was not just about territory. It was a brutal test of loyalty, lineage, and the very soul of a nation. As Richard fell, so too did the Yorkist claim to the throne, paving the way for the Tudor dynasty, a shift that reverberated through the ages. Across the world, in a sun-soaked sultanate, the ashes of war were likewise the birthplace of magnificent empires. The Mongol invasions swept through Asia, leaving trails of devastation and a legacy that would alter the course of history forever. Genghis Khan's sweeping campaigns were not merely bloodlust. They were deliberate efforts to unite disparate tribes under a single, unyielding banner. With every conquest, he established a new throne, one built on the ashes of the old, forever changing the structure of power. His descendants continued this relentless march, with Kublai Khan's empire stretching across vast expanses, proof that the sword could indeed carve out greatness, even as it wreaked untold havoc. But war is a double-edged sword. For every throne established through conquest, there were those shattered by it. The fall of Napoleon in 1815 serves as a haunting reminder of this. Once the mighty emperor whose armies thundered across Europe, he became a symbol of hubris as he met his downfall at the Battle of Waterloo. The cheers of victory for the coalition forces were accompanied by the wails of a fallen titan, the throne of France a mere shadow of its former glory. In one single day, history pivoted. A ruler was dismantled, and a new order was born, reshaping the continent and sending ripples of change far beyond the horizon. As the sun set on the battlefields of the past, countless tales of ambition and despair unfolded. The throne of England saw Queen Mary I, a woman fueled by fear and zeal, wage war on Protestants in her quest to restore Catholicism. The fires of Smithfield raged, illuminating a dark chapter that revealed the brutal reality of power struggles. War was not only fought on the field. It seeped into the very fabric of societal beliefs, reshaping kingdoms by the hand of eager rulers determined to cement their legacies, even if it meant turning friends into foes. Yet even as thrones were established, they were inevitably dismantled. The French Revolution exploded in 1789, a cacophony of voices rising against tyranny. Amid the chaos, the guillotine became infamous, a grim symbol of a people ready to sever the ties of a monarchy that had ruled over them for centuries. As aristocrats fell, their thrones toppled, and a new chapter began that would shake Europe to its core. The echoes of those revolutionary cries reverberated through history, reminding future generations that thrones built on the suffering of the many could just as easily be unraveled by the fervor of the oppressed. Even in more recent times, the dust of war continues to settle on the thrones of the world. The fall of Saddam Hussein in 2003 was a moment that ignited hope for some while plunging others into chaos. The streets of Baghdad, once ruled by fear, erupted in celebrations as the statue of the tyrant was pulled down. Yet the aftermath revealed the fragility of power. In the wake of his fall, new thrones emerged, but so did new conflicts, underscoring the unending cycle of ambition and power played out in the theater of war. The intertwining of war and thrones is a tale as old as time, a relentless cycle where victories lead to new rulers and defeats lead to new struggles. Each battle leaves behind not just the blood of soldiers, but also the weight of dreams, hopes, and unfulfilled destinies. The soldier on that blood-soaked hill felt it as the wind whispered through the banners fluttering behind him. This was the essence of existence, a reminder that the power to rule is as fleeting as the lives lost in the pursuit of it. And as he looked out over the battlefield, the shadows of fallen kings and queens danced in his mind. The thrones they once occupied now mere echoes in the vast expanse of history. The next battle would be fought, and the Game of Thrones would continue, a relentless cycle of blood, ambition, and the ever-elusive quest for power. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting fiery hues across the European sky, the air hung heavy with the scent of change, a feeling that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand tall. Nations, like the seeds of wildflowers, were sprouting where once there had only been empires. People stood at the crossroads of history, their hearts pulsating with the rhythm of new ideas and aspirations. The old ways, long thought eternal, were crumbling like the ancient stones of forgotten castles, making way for a powerful force that would sweep across the continent: nationalism. In the bustling streets of Paris, crowds thickened, their voices a chorus of hope and defiance. The French Revolution had ignited a flame, a spark that spread through shared languages, shared cultures, and shared dreams. It was no longer just about kings and queens. It was about the people, ordinary men and women who began to see themselves not merely as subjects, but as citizens, bonded by a common identity. This was a moment that made hearts race and spirits soar. Here, in this vibrant city, the idea of a nation was taking form, and it was intoxicating. Meanwhile, across the Rhine in the German states, the winds of change were blowing just as fiercely. Small principalities and duchies were no longer content to remain pawns on the chessboard of greater powers. They were awakening to a shared heritage, a common language, and a collective longing for unity. The spirit of nationalism whispered in the air, urging individuals to rise and claim their place in history. The writings of poets and philosophers fueled a sense of belonging that coursed through the veins of the people. Each word felt like a promise that their voices mattered, that their stories would weave the fabric of a nation. And in Italy, the call was just as fervent. The echoes of Garibaldi's passionate speeches filled the hearts of young men ready to take up arms for their homeland. The dream of a united Italy, long fragmented into a mosaic of city-states, was reviving courage and ambition. They marched together, shoulder to shoulder, with flags billowing in the wind, their hearts pounding in synchrony. Each step they took felt like a step toward destiny itself, fueled by the belief that they could forge a nation out of the chaos of the past. In the shadows of these movements, however, the tension was palpable. For with the rise of nationalism came the bitter realities of division and conflict. Old rivalries resurfaced, and borders drawn by centuries of power struggles now threatened to fracture the very fabric these new nations sought to weave. In the Balkans, ethnic groups found themselves at odds, each vying for recognition and autonomy. The cries for freedom twisted into songs of war, creating a stark contrast to the dreams of unity that had once filled the air. The struggle for identity was anything but peaceful. It was raw, chaotic, and often brutal. In the streets of Vienna, people gathered in fervor, their emotions ignited by a desire for their own nation-state. But the Austro-Hungarian Empire, with its sprawling territories and tangled web of ethnicities, felt the tremor of unrest. Nationalism was a double-edged sword, cutting through the established order and leaving chaos in its wake. The cries for self-determination rang out, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation and fear. Would the empire hold together, or would it unravel like a frayed tapestry? The tension brewed like a summer storm, ready to unleash torrents of change. Great powers looked on with a mix of admiration and trepidation, each one wondering how this wave of nationalism would reshape the world. Britain, too, was not immune. The Irish, yearning for their own identity and independence, were ignited by the same spirit that swept the continent. Their struggle echoed through the halls of power, challenging the very notion of what it meant to be a nation. The British Empire, vast as it was, began to feel the tremors of its dominions awakening. As the 19th century marched on, the air thickened with the weight of history. The Congress of Vienna tried in vain to restore order, but how could one quell the flames of a fire ignited by the hearts of millions? Nationalism had become a force of nature, unstoppable and fierce. The cries for unity, identity, and independence reverberated through the streets, igniting passion in every corner of the continent. In the midst of this turmoil, artists and writers transformed their emotions into powerful expressions, weaving the narrative of nationalism into songs, poems, and paintings. Their works told stories of struggle, of pride, of hope. Each piece became a rallying cry, fueling the desire for nation-states. People found solace in these new narratives, their hearts swelling with the shared experience of longing and belonging. The very idea of what it meant to be a part of something larger than oneself surged through their veins like a battle hymn, uniting them in ways they had never imagined. And as the dust of revolutions began to settle, the map of Europe transformed under the weight of these dreams. New nations emerged, each with its own story, its own identity, a powerful testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity. But still, the echoes of conflict loomed large. Within each nation, the challenge remained: how to honor the diverse voices that had risen in the name of national pride without silencing the very essence of what it meant to be a people. The stage was set, not for a conclusion, but for an unfolding drama that would shape the future. The rise of nationalism had not just changed borders, but had ignited passions and aspirations that reached far beyond the immediate horizon. The world was on the brink of a new era, where the idea of a nation-state would redefine alliances, rivalries, and the very nature of identity itself. The heartbeat of nationalism was a relentless drum, echoing through the ages, a reminder that the quest for belonging and recognition was never truly over. In the dim light of a war-torn landscape, the distant rumble of artillery echoed like the heartbeat of a dying giant. The smoke curled into the air, thick and suffocating, hiding the sun and casting everything in a gray pallor. People stumbled through the ruins of what were once proud cities, their faces marked by despair and determination. This was the stage upon which empires were crumbling, their legacies reduced to dust, their dreams shattered in the chaos of 2 world wars. The first spark ignited in 1914, a single gunshot resonating through the annals of history. Archduke Franz Ferdinand's assassination in Sarajevo was more than just the death of a royal. It was the beginning of a catastrophic chain reaction. Alliances formed like a fragile web, one strand pulling another, drawing nations into a whirlwind of violence and betrayal. Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire surged forward, fueled by pride and ambition. Across the borders, Britain, France, and Russia stood ready, their spirits ignited by the belief in justice and glory. Yet the truth was stark and cold. As the war dragged on, the glorified vision of heroism faded into the muddy trenches of the Western Front. Soldiers, young and old, lay shoulder to shoulder, the reality of death creeping ever closer. They sent letters home filled with hope and bravado, but the ink often ran with tears. The cries of the wounded mingled with the desolation of the battlefield, painting a haunting picture of bravery overshadowed by fear. The battles of Verdun and the Somme became synonymous with suffering, their names etched in sorrow and futility. Each life lost was a family shattered, a future stolen. As the war staggered into its final throes, the empires that had once dominated the globe began to fracture. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, a sprawling mosaic of cultures and languages, crumbled under its own weight, its diverse peoples yearning for independence. The Russian Empire faced its own reckoning, as the Bolshevik Revolution swept through the land like a wildfire, igniting the hopes of the oppressed. The dust of the old world settled, leaving behind a landscape ripe for transformation but also for turmoil. The Treaty of Versailles in 1919 was meant to usher in peace, yet it sowed the seeds of resentment. Germany, humiliated and burdened with reparations, brewed anger and bitterness in the hearts of its people. The Weimar Republic struggled to find its footing amidst hyperinflation and political strife. In the shadows, a menacing figure rose: Adolf Hitler, a man whose voice could stir a nation into a frenzy. Promising restoration and revenge, he preyed on the fears and frustrations of a broken populace. The 1930s dawned, and with it came a chilling reminder that history often repeats its darkest chapters. The world watched as Hitler rearmed Germany, his ambitions growing bolder, as if the very air crackled with an ominous energy. The League of Nations, meant to ensure global stability, faltered, its strength drained by inaction and indecision. The cries for help went unheard, echoing into a void of complacency. It was a ticking clock, each second inching closer to calamity. Then, in September 1939, the storm broke. Germany invaded Poland, and the world was plunged into chaos once more. Blitzkrieg tactics overwhelmed nations, the speed and ferocity of the attacks leaving little time for thought or defense. Britain and France, now united in a desperate attempt to halt the tide of tyranny, declared war, but the brutality of the German war machine was relentless. Cities fell like dominoes, each one a symbol of lost hope and shattered dreams. As the war raged, the scale of human suffering reached unimaginable heights. The Holocaust unfurled its horrific tale, the systematic extermination of millions, a stain on humanity that would never fade. Families were torn apart, lives extinguished in gas chambers, their stories silenced forever. Yet, amid the cruelty, stories of resistance and bravery emerged. Individuals who dared to stand against the tide, risking everything for the sake of their fellow human beings. These were the flickers of light in an almost incomprehensible darkness, their bravery echoing through history. In the Pacific Theater, another brutal conflict raged. The attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 propelled the United States into the fray, igniting a fierce resolve that would alter the course of the war. The battles that followed, Midway, Guadalcanal, Iwo Jima, were marked by sacrifice and valor, the Pacific Islands stained with blood and bravery as soldiers fought not just for victory, but for survival. As the war drew to its conclusion, the cities of Europe lay in ruins, the landscape forever scarred by the horrors of conflict. The atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945 unleashed devastation beyond imagination, forcing the world to grapple with the morality of such power. As the dust settled, a new reality emerged, one where the victors had their own scars to carry, and the defeated were left to rebuild from the ashes. The world had been irrevocably changed. The empires that had once ruled with iron fists were now relics of the past, their influence waning like the last light of sunset. The United Nations was formed, a desperate attempt to prevent further bloodshed, a glimmer of hope amidst the ruins of conflict. Yet, the shadows of the past lingered, and the scars of war were etched deep within the hearts of those who had lived through it. As the echoes of battle faded, new struggles awaited. The Cold War loomed on the horizon, with ideologies clashing like titans. The specter of communism and capitalism prepared to take center stage, as the world braced itself for yet another conflict, one that would play out not with guns, but with words, espionage, and a battle for the very soul of humanity. The dream of peace, fragile and elusive, hung in the air, waiting to see if it would flourish or falter under the weight of history. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced across the walls as two figures sat across from each other, their breaths heavy with unspoken tension. The air was thick with the weight of an invisible war. One fought not with weapons but with ideas, dreams, and deep-seated fears. Outside, a world teetered on the edge of chaos, where the clash of ideologies, capitalism and communism, was not merely abstract but a living, pulsing reality that shaped the lives of millions. This was the Cold War, an era where the stakes were immeasurable and the consequences devastating. Nations stood divided, each side believing fervently in the righteousness of its cause. The United States, with its bright promise of individual freedom and prosperity, held its ground against the dark, looming specter of the Soviet Union, a bastion of collective ideology and state control. In this ideological battleground, hearts beat faster, minds raced, and every decision felt monumental. In 1947, the Marshall Plan emerged like a beacon, illuminating the path of recovery for war-torn Europe. American dollars poured into the economies of nations ravaged by conflict, each bill a lifeline, each investment a step toward rebuilding hope. But somewhere in the shadows, the Soviets watched, their eyes glinting with a mix of envy and dread. They foresaw the dangers of Western influence creeping ever closer, threatening to envelop their sphere of control. In response, the Iron Curtain descended, a dark, impenetrable barrier that split Europe in two. The world held its breath as the East and West locked in a tense standoff, each side fortified by its beliefs. The Berlin Wall became the symbol of this divide, rising abruptly in 1961. Families were torn apart, loved ones stranded on opposite sides of a concrete monstrosity that represented not just a physical barrier, but an emotional chasm. A young woman named Anna stood on the East Berlin side, tears staining her cheeks as she reached out toward her brother, who stood helplessly on the West. Their cries echoed through the night, a haunting reminder of the cost of an ideological clash that had seeped into the very fabric of human connection. The wall loomed large, casting long shadows over their dreams and aspirations, a constant reminder of the chasm that had opened between freedom and oppression. Meanwhile, in the United States, fear morphed into paranoia. McCarthyism swept across the nation like a wildfire, turning neighbor against neighbor, friend against friend. The fear of communism infiltrated every aspect of life. People watched their backs, voices lowered to whispers, as they questioned the loyalty of those around them. Lives were ruined, careers destroyed, and hearts shattered by accusations that often had little basis in truth. The hunt for supposed traitors became a sinister game, where suspicion reigned and innocence was a luxury few could afford. The scars ran deep, creating a legacy of distrust that would linger for generations. Yet, amidst this turmoil, there were those who dared to dream of unity. The Beatles sang of peace and love, their melodies soaring above the chaos, resonating with a generation yearning for connection rather than division. In the midst of nuclear drills and duck and cover campaigns, young people danced to the rhythm of hope, believing that a different world was possible. Their voices, united in song, defied the narrative of fear, offering a glimpse of a future where barriers could be broken and walls could crumble. But hope was often overshadowed by fearsome displays of power. The Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962 brought the world to the brink of annihilation. President Kennedy and Premier Khrushchev stood at the precipice, each leader grappling with the weight of responsibility on their shoulders. For 13 harrowing days, the world held its breath, caught in a collective gasp as the threat of nuclear war hung heavily in the air. The tension was palpable, a tightrope walk between destruction and diplomacy. In the end, both leaders blinked, choosing negotiation over annihilation. But the scars of that near miss lingered in the hearts of those who understood how close humanity had come to the edge. As the 1970s rolled in, the ideological battlefield expanded beyond Europe. The Vietnam War engulfed the minds and hearts of Americans, a tragic reflection of the Cold War's far-reaching impact. Young men were drafted to fight in a land they had never known, torn between duty and conscience. Protests erupted across the nation, echoing the cries of those who felt the war was a misguided attempt to combat communism. Mothers wept for their sons. Friends turned against each other in heated debates, and the very fabric of American society was stretched to its breaking point. Each casualty in Vietnam felt like a wound to the soul, a reminder of the cost of an ideological war that had seeped into every corner of existence. In stark contrast, the Soviets poured their resources into a space race that captivated the imagination of millions. As Yuri Gagarin orbited the Earth in 1961, a collective gasp echoed around the globe. The feat was more than a moment of triumph. It was a declaration of technological prowess, a testament to the might of a communist regime. Yet, as the Soviets celebrated, the undercurrents of discontent brewed within their borders. Dissidents quietly gathered, whispering dreams of freedom and reform, stoking the flames of change that would one day emerge from the shadows. The ideological battlegrounds of the Cold War were alive with emotion, fueled by the hopes and fears of ordinary people caught in extraordinary circumstances. It was a time when the world felt impossibly divided, yet the human spirit flickered with a stubborn determination to bridge the gaps. Everywhere, from the bustling streets of Berlin to the quiet suburbs of America, hearts beat with an unquenchable longing for peace. A peace that seemed perpetually out of reach, yet was fought for with every ounce of courage they could muster. As the whispers of change began to echo, the stage was set for the next act in this ongoing drama, where the lines between friend and foe would blur, and the quest for a united world would take center stage, igniting passions once more. The air was thick with the scent of hope and uncertainty, a bittersweet blend that hung over the newly independent streets of Accra. In the early morning light, young men and women gathered at the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum, their hearts beating as one in anticipation. It was March 6, 1957, the day Ghana cast off the heavy chains of British colonial rule and stepped boldly onto the global stage. The flags of the old and new fluttered side by side, a symbol of both liberation and the scars of the past. Cheers erupted as the first president, Nkrumah, approached the podium, his voice rising above the crowd like a battle cry. But beneath the surface of jubilant celebration lay seeds of doubt. Would independence truly bring the promised prosperity? Would unity endure amid the deep divisions of tribal loyalties and regional disparities? As Nkrumah spoke of self-governance and Pan-Africanism, an undercurrent of anxiety rippled through the crowd. The victory had been hard-won, but the journey ahead seemed just as daunting. Across the continent, similar scenes were unfolding. In the streets of Nairobi, Kenyatta stood poised to lead a nation still haunted by the brutal Mau Mau uprising against British oppression. The people's faces reflected a mixture of pride and trepidation. Kenya was free, yes, but at what cost? The memories of violence and loss lingered, a shadow over the bright promise of a new dawn. In the throes of independence, the echoes of colonialism clashed against the fierce desire for self-rule. In the heart of India, the air crackled with intensity. The partition had been a brutal birth of two nations from the womb of British rule. India and Pakistan emerged into the world like twin flames, blazing through the darkness of colonial oppression. But this fire was accompanied by the haunting cries of millions displaced, families torn apart. In the chaos, violence erupted like a tempest, leaving deep scars that would take generations to heal. The leaders of these new nations, buoyed by the waves of nationalism, faced an immense challenge. Their people looked to them with adoration and expectation, yet they carried the burden of history on their shoulders. As Nkrumah championed African unity, he found himself at odds with neighboring leaders who were grappling with their own visions of progress. The dream of a united continent was alive, but the path was riddled with obstacles. In the years that followed, the maps of Africa would be redrawn again and again, each stroke of the pen marking a new beginning or a tragic end. The Congo erupted into chaos, the assassination of its first Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba sending shockwaves through an entire generation. The promise of liberation was quickly overshadowed by the brutal reality of civil war, as rival factions vied for power in a land rich with resources but plagued by instability. The dreams of the people began to fade, drowned in a sea of violence and betrayal. In Latin America, the winds of change swept through the streets of Havana. Fidel Castro emerged as a revolutionary leader, igniting the fervor of a populace tired of oppression. The Cuban Revolution in 1959 brought forth new ideals of socialism and equality, a beacon for others in the region yearning for justice. Yet, as the fervor of revolution swept across the island, the shadows of imperialism remained, with the United States looming like a specter, ready to intervene at the slightest threat to its interests. The emotional tapestry woven through this era was complex. In the wake of decolonization, many leaders found themselves grappling with the conflicting forces of tradition and modernity. While they sought to build nations on the ashes of imperialism, the weight of colonial legacy still pressed heavily upon their shoulders. The question of identity plagued newly formed nations. Who were they now? The very essence of nationhood was being redefined, and for many, it felt like a fragile construct, vulnerable to the tides of external influence. As new dominions emerged, the world watched with bated breath. Would these nations rise to become symbols of hope, or would they falter under the weight of their dreams? In the sprawling deserts of Algeria, freedom fighters waged a relentless battle against French colonial rule. The War of Independence, marked by fierce resistance and bloodshed, became a testament to the determination of a people. Yet, as independence was finally achieved in 1962, the aftermath was a bitter pill to swallow. The scars of war ran deep, and the challenge of nation-building loomed larger than ever. Meanwhile, the specter of Cold War politics began to creep into the fabric of newly independent countries. Superpowers sought to strengthen their grip, offering aid and support, but with strings attached. Leaders like Nkrumah and Castro found themselves caught in a game of chess, where each move could spell disaster for their fledgling nations. The hope that accompanied independence was now intermingled with fear of external manipulation, the delicate balance of power hanging by a thread. Through the chaos, the voices of the people clung to the notion of freedom. In the marketplaces of Lagos, the laughter of children mingled with the cries of vendors hawking their goods. It was a vibrant display of life, a testament to resilience amid uncertainty. Artists, writers, and thinkers began to emerge, weaving together the rich tapestry of culture and identity. Through literature, music, and art, they sought to redefine what it meant to be African, Indian, or Latin American in a world still grappling with the shadows of colonialism. As the decades rolled on, hope and despair coexisted in a delicate dance. From the ashes of colonization, new leaders tried to carve a path to progress, but often found themselves facing internal divisions, economic challenges, and the relentless grip of foreign powers. The dreams of independence morphed into complex realities, each nation vying to find its place in a world that seemed both vast and unforgiving. In the bustling streets of Jakarta, the pulse of a new Indonesia beat strong, a nation born from the fires of revolution against Dutch colonial rule. The promise of democracy fluttered like a fragile butterfly, but as political upheaval brewed, the fragility of that promise became painfully evident. The 1965 anti-communist purge swept through the nation, leaving a wake of violence and loss that would haunt Indonesia for decades. The very ideals that sparked the revolution were now questioned as the nation struggled to find balance amidst chaos. Each nation, each story, intermingled like threads in a grand tapestry, a world forever changed yet endlessly complex. The post-colonial era was a symphony of triumphs and tragedies, a whirlwind of voices yearning for recognition, for validation, for a future that remained just out of reach. In the twilight of this transformative period, the dreams of new nations hung in the balance, tethered to the reality of their past and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. As night descended, the stars twinkled overhead, almost mocking in their eternal distance. And beneath this celestial dome, the people of these new dominions held their breath, teetering on the precipice of a future that shimmered like a mirage. A world rich with possibilities, yet fraught with peril. In the dim glow of a flickering computer screen, a woman sat alone in a cramped office, her fingers trembling above the keyboard. With each click, she was not just typing. She was weaving a new era into the fabric of governance, one marked by the dizzying speed of technology. Outside her window, a city pulsed with life, a chaotic symphony of horns, voices, and dreams colliding. Yet here, in this small space, she was on the front line of a revolution that would forever change the way power was shared, decisions were made, and lives were lived. Across history, governance has often been a game of smoke and mirrors, where secrets lingered in shadowy corners and decisions were made behind closed doors. But now, the age of the digital age had unfurled its massive, shimmering wings, and with it came the promise of transparency, a beacon for the desperate and the disenfranchised. The advent of the internet allowed voices that had long been silenced to rise and mingle in a cacophony of opinions, transforming the once muffled cries for justice into a powerful chorus demanding change. In the early days, when the web was a budding frontier, a handful of visionary leaders began connecting the dots between technology and governance. They saw how a simple email could bridge the gap between the leaders and the led, how a tweet could spark a movement, igniting fires in the hearts of millions. They felt the thrill of potential, as if the world had just been handed a magic wand, capable of conjuring a new reality where citizens were no longer passive observers but active participants in shaping their destinies. But the path was riddled with obstacles. With each step toward this new world, there were those who clung to the old ways, fearful of the change that technology brought. The clash was palpable. On one side stood those who believed in the power of the status quo, those who whispered of tradition, authority, and the comfort of familiarity. On the other, a rush of innovators, dreamers, and citizens armed with smartphones, demanding accountability and engagement. It was during the Arab Spring that the full weight of technology's role in governance came crashing to the forefront. As protests erupted across the Middle East, social media platforms became lifelines. Tweets and Facebook posts ignited revolutions, rallying people to take to the streets and demand rights that had been denied for far too long. Here, in real time, history was being rewritten, and the echo of those passionate voices still reverberated in the halls of power. A new understanding emerged. Technology was no longer just a tool. It was a powerful ally in the fight against repression. With every advancement, whether it was the rise of blockchain technology promising unhackable voting systems or data analytics revealing patterns of inequality, societies began to realize that governance could be more than just an institution. It could be a living organism, responsive and dynamic, pulsating with the input of the people it served. Yet, the emotional stakes escalated as well. Governments that once embraced these changes found themselves navigating a minefield of challenges. The same tools that empowered citizens could be wielded against them. Misinformation spread like wildfire, and the very platforms that had served as conduits for activism became breeding grounds for division. The battle lines blurred, and trust began to fray. In this new age, technology was both the sword and the shield, a double-edged weapon that required careful handling. In the bustling offices of tech companies, engineers and coders poured their hearts into projects meant to enhance civic engagement. They wanted to create platforms where opinions could be shared, where ideas could flow freely without fear of retaliation. But behind the scenes, the shadows loomed large. Privacy concerns grew as data collection rose, leaving citizens to wonder, were they participating in a democracy, or were they simply subjects in an experiment? The emergence of artificial intelligence added yet another layer of complexity. As algorithms began to decide who saw what news and how policies were shaped, the question of fairness loomed large. Political campaigns transformed into high-stakes games of data manipulation, where emotions were mined and vulnerabilities exploited. Tension crackled in the air as citizens demanded to know, were their voices truly heard, or were they merely echoes in a digital void? At the same time, heartwarming stories of community engagement began to emerge, showcasing technology's ability to unite people. Local initiatives blossomed, powered by apps that connected neighbors in ways that transcended the barriers of race, of class and age. A grandmother could share her recipe for success with a college student halfway across the world, sparking a mentorship that would change both their lives. These moments illuminated the beauty of human connection, reminding everyone that technology, when wielded with care and responsibility, could serve as a powerful bridge. As the clock ticked relentlessly forward, the stakes grew higher. As cities transformed into smart hubs, with sensors collecting data to improve daily life, the lines between governance and technology continued to blur. City officials turned to AI to optimize traffic patterns, reduce waste, and even anticipate the needs of citizens. Yet, as the wheels of progress turned, questions loomed larger than ever before. Who controlled the data? Who benefited from these innovations? In crowded halls of governance, a palpable tension hung in the air as leaders grappled with the ethical implications of this new reality. They faced a daunting challenge: to harness the power of technology to uplift society while ensuring that it did not deepen existing divides. Every decision had the potential to inspire hope or sow discord, and the weight of each choice felt almost unbearable. And at the center of this whirlwind stood the woman in the small office, her heart racing as she crafted policies that could potentially heal the rifts in society. Armed with the tools of technology, she pored over data that told stories of struggle, resilience, and hope. With every keystroke, she felt the pulse of a world yearning for connection, for understanding, and for a chance to rise together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the landscape, she knew that the journey was far from over. The dance between technology and governance was a delicate one, fraught with both peril and promise. And while she could not foresee every twist and turn, she held on fiercely to the belief that at the core of it all, the human spirit would prevail, forever striving for a better tomorrow. In that moment, she realized this was just the beginning. The world outside was waiting, and the next chapter of this unfolding narrative was yet to be written. One that would intertwine the fates of technology and governance in ways that neither had imagined. The clang of steel echoed through the air as powers clashed in a chaotic dance of ambition and betrayal. Across continents, empires rose and fell, their fates woven together by invisible threads that tugged at the very fabric of existence. A market square in a bustling city, once a backdrop for local traders, was now alive with the voices of myriad tongues, each word a whisper of dreams and fears, hopes and aspirations, revealing the intricate tapestry of globalization that had transformed the world into a stage for the ambitions of kings and commoners alike. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it painted the sky in shades of crimson and gold, a fitting tribute to the blood spilled in the name of power. The air was thick with the scent of spices from the east and the smoke of factories in the west, mingling in a way that was both intoxicating and suffocating. These scents were reminders of the past, where the Silk Road once flourished, a lifeline for traders and travelers, connecting the distant reaches of the globe. Now, that connection had morphed into a network of trade agreements and treaties, binding nations together in a precarious dance of economics. In the shadows of high towers, merchant ships navigated choppy waters, carrying not just goods, but ideas, like seeds drifting on the wind, finding new soil to root themselves. The invention of the printing press had sparked a wildfire of knowledge, igniting minds and fueling revolutions. Now, no idea could be contained within borders. The Enlightenment thinkers, once whispers in candlelit rooms, became roars echoing through the streets as masses clamored for rights and freedoms, shaking the foundations of monarchies. But with every rise came a fall. The imperial appetites that once devoured lands now found themselves gnawing at the edges of their own power. Nations that once looked outward for conquest began to realize that their fates were interconnected in ways they had never imagined. The colonies that had been sources of wealth were now voices of dissent, demanding independence and self-determination. The cries of freedom rang through the air, a siren song that could not be ignored. In the heart of Europe, the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648 marked a shift, signaling that the era of absolute rule by divine right was crumbling. The balance of power was no longer just about kings and queens. It was about the people, the masses rising as the true architects of destiny. National borders became more than just lines on a map. They were emotional battlegrounds where identities clashed and converged. As the Industrial Revolution swept across cities like a fever, the landscape transformed. Factories spewed smoke into the sky, and workers toiled, driven by dreams of a better life. Yet, the same machinery that promised progress also dictated a new form of servitude. The struggles of laborers echoed through the streets, their voices rising above the noise of industry, calling for rights and respect. Social movements began to flourish, each one a testament to the human spirit's refusal to be silenced. Across the ocean, the United States emerged, a melting pot where cultures collided and fused. The arrival of immigrants seeking refuge and opportunity created a mosaic of identities, each thread adding to the rich tapestry of a nation. The Statue of Liberty stood proud in New York Harbor, a beacon of hope for those fleeing oppression. Yet behind her rusted crown loomed the reality of systemic injustices that often marginalized those very souls she was meant to welcome. The echoes of the past were relentless. The scars of colonialism ran deep, manifesting in struggles for civil rights and social justice that reverberated around the globe. The rise of globalization brought promises of prosperity but also sowed seeds of inequality. The World Trade Organization's meetings often turned into battlegrounds where nations grappled for their place at the table, a table that was never truly equitable. Technological advancements like the telegraph and later the internet knitted the world closer together, compressing time and distance. Information flowed like water, and with it came a surge of awareness. No longer confined to their own corners of the world, people began to see the injustices that permeated other societies. Social media became a powerful tool, uniting voices in solidarity across miles, igniting movements that toppled tyrants and demanded accountability. Amidst the chaos, a new breed of leader emerged, one who could navigate this complex web of globalization, wielding social media as a sword and diplomacy as their shield. Yet, behind their polished speeches lay the harsh realities of politics, where alliances could shift overnight and loyalties were bought and sold. The Game of Thrones had evolved, revealing a landscape where the stakes had never been higher, and the consequences of failure were devastating. And just as the world seemed poised at the brink of a new era, the specter of nationalism loomed large. The very forces that once united nations were now driving them apart as leaders capitalized on fear and uncertainty. Populist movements surged, calling back to an imagined past where borders were impenetrable and the world was less chaotic. In the streets of major cities, the clash of ideologies painted a stark picture of division, echoing the cries of centuries past. In this constantly shifting landscape, no one was untouched. The stories of those who had been displaced surged to the forefront, their narratives woven into the larger story of globalization. Refugees, fleeing violence and persecution, became the living embodiment of the world's failures and triumphs, their struggles a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Their eyes told tales of loss, yet also of hope, as they sought to rebuild in lands that often felt foreign and unwelcoming. The stage was set, players in position, but the next act was unwritten, and the world held its breath. Would humanity rise above the chaos and build bridges that span the divides? Would the cries for justice, equality, and sustainability echo louder than the clamor for power? As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows over the landscape of nations, the tension hung in the air, a delicate balance between conflict and cooperation, a dance of thrones where the next move could change everything. The world stood at the precipice, caught between the flames of ambition and the promise of unity, each heartbeat echoing the urgency of a defining moment in history. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across a city that once thrummed with the vibrant pulse of democracy. In the gathering dusk, the air thickened with tension, as if the very fabric of society held its breath. Whispers of unrest flitted through the streets, a chilling reminder of the power that lay just beneath the surface. People turned their heads, not out of curiosity, but from a haunting fear that had clawed back into their lives. As the echoes of history reverberated in their minds, many recalled the rise of authoritarianism, a time when leaders, cloaked in the guise of saviors, seized control by exploiting the fragility of hope. It began subtly, like a dark cloud creeping into a clear blue sky, first as a whisper, then a roar. The fragile democratic ideals that once promised freedom were overshadowed by the allure of certainty and order. Citizens who once held the power in their hands found it slipping away, replaced by the iron grip of traditional power structures long thought obsolete. In the 20th century, the world bore witness to this phenomenon. Nations that once stood proud, waving their banners of liberty, soon found themselves under the weight of charismatic leaders who promised protection from chaos. Mussolini in Italy, with his fiery oratory, stirred flames of nationalism that licked at the edges of reason. Hitler, with his chilling vision of a pure future, seduced millions with promises of strength and unity. The despair of economic turmoil, the scars of World War I, and the creeping dread of communism fed into a narrative that turned citizens into willing captives of their own making. But history is not merely a story. It's a raw remembrance, a collection of emotions buried deep within the collective psyche. In those times, people felt the weight of desperation. They saw their neighbors turn into strangers and friends morph into foes. Lives twisted under the strain of propaganda, leaving behind a trail of broken ideals. The air thickened with fear, but amid that darkness, the flicker of hope remained, dim but persistent. The promise of traditional power structures, once frail, now seemed unshakable as they wrapped around the populace like a vice, instilling both terror and a false sense of security. As the narrative spun forward, the remnants of the past resurfaced in the form of authoritarian regimes in the 21st century. The world had not learned from its mistakes, and the same patterns began to unfold once more. Leaders emerged, echoing the sentiments of their predecessors, once again playing the master of puppets. They waved the flag of nationalism, promising prosperity, security, and a return to greatness. It was a performance, one that sent shivers down the spines of those who remembered the cost of such power. In the shadows, activists rose, their voices trembling with the weight of their convictions. They bore witness to the erosion of freedoms, relying on their courage to confront the tightening grip of authority. Their hearts pounded as they stood in defiance. Yet with each rally, with each protest, the government's response was swift and brutal, reminding them of the iron fist that lurked behind the curtain of civility. Families were torn apart, friends were silenced, the state played its hand, and the echoes of history rang louder than ever. By the time the world was thrust into another crisis, many felt that the old authoritarian playbook had been dusted off and put back into action. The COVID-19 pandemic spread fear like wildfire, and with it came a wave of restrictions. Governments across the globe swiftly enacted measures that, while necessary for public safety, also served to tighten their grip on power. Surveillance cameras multiplied in the streets, and the line between security and oppression blurred. Citizens watched, helpless, as the very liberties they had taken for granted were erased, one decree at a time. Across countries, young people took to the streets, their hearts beating in unison against the heavy hand of the state. They carried banners, chanting for justice, for freedom, for a world that honored the voices of its citizens. They were the future, yet they faced the specter of a past that whispered chilling reminders. The weight of history pressed down upon them, urging them onward, even as they felt the icy breath of authoritarianism at their backs. In this precarious dance between hope and despair, between the desire for control and the yearning for freedom, the stage was set for a showdown that echoed through the annals of time. The stories of past struggles ignited a fire in the hearts of many, urging them to rise, to push back against the encroaching shadows. Yet, the question lingered like a fog. Would the world repeat its mistakes? Or could a new path be forged from the ashes of yesterday's conflicts? As the sun dipped further, the colors of the sky darkening into indigo, the tension reached its zenith. The cries for justice rang out, mixing with the distant sound of heavy boots marching, the thud of authority seeking to quell the uprising. In this moment, history seemed to pause, teetering on the edge of a decision that could alter the course of nations. Every heartbeat resonated with the weight of choices made and unmade in the past, a reminder that the struggle between freedom and tyranny is an eternal one, cycling through time like the seasons. In the shadows, uncertain figures moved, plotting their next steps. The tension was thick, charged with the collective fears and hopes of a humanity that had wandered too close to the brink. The faces of generations past stared back, their stories woven into the fabric of the present. Would they be heard? Would their sacrifices lead to a renaissance of freedom? Or would history once again slip into the hands of those who thrived in the shadows of power? The dawn of a new day lingered just out of reach, as the world held its breath, caught in the balance of a fate yet to be written. A flickering television screen casts a cold glow in an otherwise dark room, illuminating a face that is both familiar and foreign. The voice of a news anchor cuts through the silence, weaving a tale of power, conflict, and triumph. It is a voice that can rally nations or incite riots, a voice that shapes how millions perceive the world around them. Media is not merely a conduit for information. It is a masterful puppeteer, pulling the strings of public perception and opinion. As the clock struck midnight on that fateful day in 1963, the world held its breath. News of President John F. Kennedy's assassination spread like wildfire, igniting fear, anger, and uncertainty. Television screens flickered to life, broadcasting the horror and confusion that gripped a nation. Each image, each tear, painted a picture of power lost, and the media, in its raw, unfiltered frenzy, held the nation's heart in its hands. Here, the narrative spun by journalists and broadcasters would shape a generation's understanding of leadership, trust, and the fragility of democracy itself. Fast forward to the early 2000s, where another screen, the computer, began to take center stage. The rise of the internet transformed how information was disseminated and consumed. In the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks, a wave of media coverage swept through homes worldwide. The images were haunting. The Twin Towers collapsing, frantic people fleeing, and the billowing smoke engulfing the sky. As those images flickered across screens, they did more than inform. They incited a fervor that fueled wars and deepened divides. The media crafted a narrative that blurred the lines between reality and perception, shaping how people viewed an entire religion, an entire way of life, through the lens of fear and hatred. In every corner of the world, media has had the power to elevate the voices of the powerful while silencing the cries of the voiceless. The Vietnam War became a battleground not just for soldiers but for the minds of the American public. Graphic images of wounded soldiers and civilian casualties flooded newspapers and television screens, shattering the government's carefully crafted narrative of glory and victory. College students gathered in protest, their spirits ignited by the haunting images that played on repeat. The media, with its relentless pursuit of the truth, became a catalyst for change, challenging perceptions of authority and demanding accountability. Yet, the power of media is a double-edged sword. In the hands of those with an agenda, it can manipulate emotions and distort realities. The rise of propaganda is a chilling testament to this reality. In the 1930s, Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi regime's minister of propaganda, understood the media's potential to shape a nation's consciousness. Through films, radio broadcasts, and meticulously crafted messages, he painted a picture of a world that was simple and black and white. The media became an instrument of control, twisting perceptions to serve the interests of a tyrannical regime. The echoes of that dark chapter in history resonate today, reminding us that when power and media intertwine, the consequences can be catastrophic. The Arab Spring ignited a spark across the Middle East, fueled by social media platforms that had become the new battleground for ideas and revolutions. Young activists documented their struggles, broadcasting their fight for freedom to the world. Images of protests erupted on screens, drawing international attention and solidarity. The media was no longer a passive observer. It became a catalyst for change, a lifeline for those yearning for liberation. Yet, as swiftly as freedom blossomed, so too did the backlash. Governments struck back with censorship and control, reminding the world that the fight for power is often fought in the shadows. The 2016 U.S. presidential election shone a glaring light on the media's influence in modern politics. News outlets became battlegrounds for competing narratives, with fake news becoming a household term. Social media platforms, once celebrated for democratizing information, became breeding grounds for misinformation. Algorithms dictated what stories were seen, shaping public perception in ways few could comprehend. Emotions ran high as the narrative of power shifted, with the media standing at the center, a powerful entity that could either build up or tear down. In every flicker of a screen, in every headline that flashes across the news, there lies a potential to influence thoughts and feelings, to ignite passions and provoke outrage. The role of media in shaping perceptions of power cannot be understated. It is a living, breathing entity, ever adapting to the changing tides of society. It holds a mirror to the world, reflecting our fears, our hopes, and our dreams. As the narrative unfolds, it leaves behind a trail of emotion. Fear, hope, anger, and love, all intricately woven into the fabric of human experience. As the night deepens, the glow of that flickering screen remains a reminder that the stories told today can shape the realities of tomorrow. The power dynamics are in constant flux, with the media as both the storyteller and the story itself. In this evolving landscape, where power is often a fleeting concept, one thing remains certain. The narratives that rise and fall can change lives, galvanize movements, and alter the course of history. It is a dance of power, perception, and emotion, with the media leading the way, ever watchful, ever influential, in a world where the lines between truth and fiction blur before our very eyes. As the screen dims, the echoes of stories yet to be told linger, leaving the audience hungry for more, aware that the narrative is far from over. The air was thick with tension, the kind that makes your heart race and your palms sweat. A sea of faces, each one marked by determination, crowded in a vibrant plaza, their voices rising like a wave crashing against the shore. They were there for change, for justice, for a future that felt just out of reach. The energy was electric, a palpable force that seemed to ripple through the crowd, uniting strangers in a singular purpose. This was more than a gathering. It was a movement, a heartbeat that echoed through time, challenging the very foundations of political authority. As the first chants rang out, they were raw and powerful. "We are the people," echoed against the stone walls, reverberating with centuries of pent-up frustration. This was not an isolated incident. All around the world, from the streets of Paris in 1968 to the squares of Cairo in 2011, social movements had risen like a phoenix from the ashes of oppression, igniting a fire that could not be extinguished. Each movement a different hue, yet all sharing the same flame of desire for change. In the United States, the civil rights movement of the 1960s transformed the landscape of political authority. It began with quiet defiance. Rosa Parks, by refusing to give up her seat, sparked a revolution. The Montgomery bus boycott was a catalyst, a cry for dignity that resounded through the halls of power. Martin Luther King Jr.'s voice became a beacon of hope, challenging a nation to live up to its ideals. "I have a dream," he proclaimed, and with those words, he ignited a vision that swept through the hearts and minds of millions. The movement shook the very core of political authority, forcing lawmakers to reevaluate their beliefs and confront their biases. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 was a direct result, a testament to the undeniable strength of a unified populace. But history is a tapestry woven with threads of struggle. In the shadows of these triumphs, protests were met with brutality. Fire hoses, police dogs, and violence marred the landscape of change. Yet, the resilience of the people could not be snuffed out. Each act of aggression only fueled their resolve. They stood together, hand in hand, against the tide of oppression, knowing they were part of something greater than themselves. Their fearlessness became an anthem, calling out to others who felt marginalized, unheard, and unseen. Across the ocean, the Berlin Wall sliced through a city and a nation, a stark representation of division. Yet, in the 1980s, social movements began to shift the narrative. Citizens rallied, demanding freedom and unity.
The chants of "Wir sind das Volk,"
"We are the people," filled the air, echoing the sentiments of those who refused to be silenced. On November 9, 1989, when the wall finally came crumbling down, it wasn't just bricks and mortar that fell. It was the suffocating grip of political authority that had ruled with an iron fist. The world watched in awe as the power of the people dismantled a symbol of oppression, sending shockwaves through governments everywhere. In South Africa, the anti-apartheid struggle was a testament to the strength of social movements. Nelson Mandela, imprisoned for 27 years, became a symbol of hope. His release in 1990 was not just a moment for celebration. It was a turning point that shook the foundations of political authority. The years of protests, strikes, and international solidarity had worn down the regime. People marched, they sang, and they fought for a dream of equality. The first democratic elections in 1994 were a powerful reminder that the voices of the oppressed could no longer be ignored. The weight of history hung in the air as the nation turned a new page, one filled with the promise of change. Yet, the impact of social movements goes beyond just the political arena. It seeps into the very fabric of society, changing hearts and minds. The LGBTQ+ rights movement, ignited by the Stonewall riots in 1969, challenged societal norms and demanded recognition. The fight for marriage equality became a symbol of love's triumph over prejudice, culminating in the landmark Supreme Court decision in 2015. This was more than just a legal victory. It was a shift in cultural attitudes, a testament to the power of love and acceptance. With each celebration of pride, the world witnessed a rejection of hatred and a demand for equality that would echo into generations to come. The Arab Spring, ignited by the passionate outcry for dignity and freedom, showcased the power of social media. Young people, armed with smartphones, organized protests and shared their stories with the world. The voices of Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, and beyond resonated across borders, challenging political authorities entrenched in corruption. While the outcomes were varied and complex, the message was clear. When people rise together, they can shatter the silence imposed upon them. In every corner of the globe, social movements are a testament to the human spirit's resilience. They remind us that change is possible, that history is not a linear path but a tapestry of struggles and victories. The impact of these movements reverberates through political authority, challenging the status quo and demanding accountability. Each moment of triumph is a flicker of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest times, change can emerge from the ashes of despair. The voices of those who marched, who fought, who sacrificed everything for a better world continue to echo through the ages. Their stories intertwine, crafting a narrative that cannot be ignored. Social movements are not mere chapters in history. They are an ongoing saga, a continuous call to action. The winds of change are always blowing, and as long as there are voices willing to rise up, the battle for justice will never truly end. The air was thick with tension, as if the world itself held its breath. On a small island, surrounded by the endless blue of the ocean, stood a weathered village that had seen generations come and go. This was a place where the whispers of history echoed through the rustling palm fronds and the crashing waves. Here, the land was not just soil and rock. It was a living part of each villager's identity, a tapestry woven with memories, struggles, and triumphs. But the island was changing, and the villagers felt it in their bones. The sea, once a generous provider, had begun to rise and swallow the shores, creeping like an unseen enemy. The elders spoke in hushed tones about the past, when the tides danced to a different rhythm, when the sun seemed kinder, and the storms were mere myths told to frighten children. Now, the winds carried a weight of uncertainty, a harbinger of crises that stretched beyond the horizon. In the halls of power across oceans and continents, leaders gathered in grand chambers, their faces etched with worry. The discussions were heated, voices raised in passionate debate. Nations clashed, each claiming their right to resources, their sovereignty over land that was, in truth, a shared gift of the earth. The irony was palpable. The more they fought to protect their borders, the more they endangered the very planet that sustained them. It was a paradox that twisted the gut, a cruel joke played by fate. A young woman, named Layla, stood at the edge of the water, watching the waves lap at her toes. She was the keeper of her village's stories, the last link to an ancient way of life that thrived in harmony with nature. Her heart ached for the past, yet she felt the weight of the future pressing down on her shoulders. As the ocean's bite grew stronger, so did her resolve. She would not let her people drown in apathy, nor would she allow their heritage to be washed away. She could see the faces of her ancestors in the crashing surf, stoic, proud, and ever watchful. Meanwhile, in the boardrooms of the world, representatives discussed plans that felt detached from the land and sea. They spoke of climate change as if it were a distant problem, a statistic on a page rather than the reality for millions. The negotiation tables were filled with maps, red lines drawn to signify territory. But those lines meant nothing to the ocean, which flowed freely, indifferent to human constructs. The concept of sovereignty, once a shield protecting nations, had become a sword, cutting deep into the very fabric of the environment. Layla felt the weight of this contradiction. She had seen fishermen return with empty nets, their spirits sagging under the weight of despair. She had watched as the trees, once full of life and laughter, stood stripped and bare, their roots grasping at soil that had become sand. The once vibrant coral reefs, where colors danced beneath the waves, were fading, becoming ghostly shadows of their former selves. Each loss was a mourning, a piece of history slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. The villagers gathered for an emergency meeting, their faces a tapestry of fear and determination. They spoke of migration, of leaving the land that had cradled their lives. Yet, the thought of abandoning their home felt like a betrayal. They were intertwined with the land, like threads in a fabric, each one crucial, each one strong. How could they sever that bond? The very notion sent waves of sorrow crashing through the room, leaving silence in its wake. Amidst this emotional turmoil, a storm brewed on the horizon. A literal storm, but also a metaphorical one. The world was awakening to the reality that the environment was a powerful force, one that could not be ignored. Nations began to realize that the more they focused on borders and sovereignty, the more vulnerable they became. The interconnectedness of the planet was a revelation that sent shivers down spines. The challenge was not just about land. It was about survival, about the future of humanity itself. As the wind howled and rain began to fall, Layla stood strong, her spirit unyielding. She called upon the wisdom of the village elders, asking them to remember the old ways, to remind everyone of their connection to the earth. They shared stories of balance, of respect for nature, and the importance of stewardship. Their words were like a soothing balm, igniting a flicker of hope in the hearts of her people. If they could unite, if they could reclaim their identity as stewards of the land, perhaps they could push back against the tide of destruction. The tension in the air crackled with energy as Layla rallied her village. They began to organize, forging connections with neighboring communities, reaching out to other nations grappling with the same struggles. They spoke of a new kind of sovereignty, one that recognized the importance of unity over division, collaboration over conflict. The people began to understand that their fight was not just for their homes, but for the planet itself. A battle against an enemy far more insidious than they had ever imagined. With each passing day, the villagers found their voices gaining strength, their passion igniting like wildfire. They organized cleanups of the beaches, planted trees, and educated the children about the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Their efforts went beyond the shores of their little island. They called upon the world to listen, to join their fight for a future where sovereignty was not about isolation, but about shared responsibility. But as they rallied, the looming specter of climate change remained a formidable opponent. The leaders in faraway cities continued to squabble over resources, often viewing nature as an obstacle rather than an ally. Layla could feel the frustration rising, a mixture of anger and determination. Every small victory on her island felt like a drop in an ocean of indifference, yet it was a drop that rippled outward, causing waves of change. In the distance, dark clouds gathered, mirroring the tumult brewing within nations. The seas churned violently, and nature itself seemed to be responding to the cries of the earth. Tides were shifting, and the world was on the brink of transformation, a reckoning that demanded attention. The villagers could sense it. They could feel the pulse of history quickening. In that moment, they were not just fighting for survival. They were becoming a part of something greater, a movement that transcended borders. The storm broke overhead, and the rain fell like an unrelenting curtain, pouring down on Layla as she stood firm, the wind whipping at her clothes. In that chaotic moment, she felt a surge of clarity wash over her. It was not just a battle for her village anymore. It was a cry for all humanity. Each drop of rain carried with it the weight of collective dreams, hopes, and fears. And as the world spun towards an uncertain future, the challenge of sovereignty was becoming painfully clear. Protecting the environment was no longer a choice, but a necessity. With determination shining in her eyes, Layla raised her voice above the storm. "This is our land. This is our fight." Her words cut through the noise, resonating with the hearts of her people. They stood together, a resolute wall against the rising tide, ready to face whatever came next. The struggle was just beginning, and the world was watching. In the hushed corridors of power, shadows danced under flickering lights, whispering stories untold. Women stood in the backgrounds, their voices stifled yet potent, echoing with dreams of equality that reached far beyond the walls of their confinement. In a society built on the shoulders of men, the struggle for power raged like a quiet storm, ready to burst forth at any moment. Amelia Earhart, a name familiar to many, once dared to challenge the limits imposed by her gender. As she soared through the sky, her heart raced not just from the thrill of flight, but from the exhilarating taste of freedom. Each mile she traveled was a silent protest against the world that labeled women as fragile and incapable. Her very existence defied the norms, igniting hope in the hearts of countless women who yearned to break free from their invisible chains. In the suffragette movement of the early 20th century, women marched through the streets, their banners held high, a vivid tapestry of defiance against a world that dared to silence them. They were not just fighting for the right to vote. They were fighting for recognition, respect, and the very essence of their humanity. Their hearts beat as one, a mesmerizing rhythm of determination that could be felt miles away. The air was thick with tension, filled with the echoes of their chants, "Votes for Women," that rang through the air like a battle cry, igniting a fire within those who dared to listen. In the bustling cities of the early 1900s, men dominated the boardrooms, their voices booming, while women struggled to be heard. Yet, in the quiet corners of homes, revolutionary ideas brewed. Women like Sojourner Truth stood tall against the tide of oppression, embodying the fierce spirit of those who fought not just for their own rights but for the rights of all marginalized voices. Her speech, "Ain't I a Woman?" reverberated through time, a poignant reminder that gender and race intertwined in a complex tapestry of struggle, each thread significant, each intersection vital. At the same time, in the shadows of history, women like Clara Lemlich took their stand in factories, their voices rising above the clatter of machines, demanding fair wages and safe working conditions. They were the unsung heroes of the labor movement, their courage sparking change in an era when women were often regarded as mere extensions of their husbands. Each strike was a testament to their unyielding spirit, a collective roar that shattered the silence that had long imprisoned them. Fast forward to the vibrant protests of the 1960s, where the air crackled with energy, pulsating with the dreams of generations. Feminists like Betty Friedan ignited new fires, challenging the notion of the perfect housewife and demanding a place in the world that extended beyond domesticity. Women rallied together, their voices a symphony of hope and resistance, challenging a society that had long relegated them to the sidelines. In the hearts of those protesters burned a desire for equality that could no longer be contained. As the decades rolled on, the faces of the fight for gender equality transformed, but the core of the struggle remained. The battle was not solely about winning rights. It was about dismantling centuries of ingrained beliefs that dictated a woman's worth. Women like Ruth Bader Ginsburg broke barriers in the legal realm, wielding the law as a weapon in the ongoing fight for justice. Each case she championed was a powerful reminder that the fight for equality extended beyond the courtroom, reaching into the very fabric of society itself. Yet, even as victories bloomed, they were often shadowed by the reality that change was slow, painfully so. The walls of patriarchy seemed insurmountable at times, Yet each small victory was a step toward dismantling the fortress built upon centuries of oppression. The voices of women were rising, a chorus that could no longer be silenced. In the modern era, women continue to forge paths in spaces once deemed hostile. The hashtag #MeToo movement erupted like a wildfire, igniting conversations that had long been buried under silence. Brave voices emerged from the shadows, sharing stories of survival that shook society to its core, revealing the insidious nature of gender-based violence. The sheer courage it took to speak up reverberated through social media, transforming private pain into public outcry, a testament to the power of unity. And still, challenges remain. Barriers that must be dismantled and systems that must be challenged. Women of color, LGBTQ+ women, and those from marginalized communities continue to fight against intersecting forms of discrimination, their struggles intertwined in a broader narrative that demands attention. Each voice matters in the tapestry of this ongoing struggle, each story a thread that weaves together a narrative rich with resilience and hope. As the sun sets on a world still grappling with the complexities of gender politics, the air is thick with anticipation. Every protest, every call for change, every moment of defiance adds to a powerful legacy. A legacy deeply rooted in the passionate fight for equality. The echoes of those who came before blend with the cries of those who march today, a continuous flow of emotion and tension that refuses to fade. In the face of adversity, women persist, driven by dreams of a world where power structures are no longer dictated by gender. The fight for equality in power structures is far from over. It is a living, breathing entity that morphs with each passing day. And as night falls, the whispers of history live on, intertwining with the hopes of the future, urging the next generation to continue the battle with unyielding spirit. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced across the walls, flickering in sync with the flames of a single candle. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very walls were holding their breath. A man, disheveled yet determined, scribbled fervently on a piece of parchment, his hand trembling with the weight of his thoughts. Outside, the bustling streets of 18th century Paris echoed with laughter and chatter, but within his solitude, he felt the crushing weight of a world teetering on the brink of change. This was the age of revolution, where the balance of power hung delicately between the rich and the poor, the influential and the forgotten. In this tumultuous time, wealth was not just a number. It was a weapon. The gilded halls of the aristocracy, adorned with opulence, stood in stark contrast to the squalid conditions of the commoners. Men and women, driven by desperation, began to stir, their eyes burning with the desire for justice. Stories of lavish feasts and extravagant balls reached the ears of the impoverished like cruel jokes, deepening the chasm of resentment. Yet, in the shadows, a revolution was brewing, a cacophony of voices waiting to rise, fueled by the very same economics that had built the towering fortunes of the elite. The lords and ladies of the court, clad in silks and jewels, partied in splendid isolation, convinced that their power, secured by wealth, was unassailable. Yet they were blind to the gathering storm outside. A subtle shift in the air hinted at the inevitable. The wealth they hoarded, the influence they wielded, was slowly suffocating the very spirit of the nation. Each coin that clinked in their pockets rang with the echo of someone else's sacrifice. A farmer's toil, a laborer's sweat, a child's hunger. Among the throngs of the common people, a fire ignited. One man, hardened by the loss of his family to famine, took to the streets, his voice rising above the chaos. "We are not mere pawns in their game. We are the heart and soul of this land." His words struck a chord, reverberating through the crowd, igniting the flame of rebellion. As he spoke, the faces of despair transformed into expressions of hope, energy crackling in the air like static before a storm. Across the ocean, the American colonies, too, were awakening to the realization of their own power. Taxation without representation had become not just a grievance but a rallying cry. Wealth, in the hands of the British Crown, fueled an empire, while the colonists, ever more conscious of their economic plight, began to forge a new identity. The Boston Tea Party was not merely a protest. It was a declaration of independence, a bold statement that power would no longer be dictated by wealth alone. In this swirling vortex of unrest, the very idea of economics began to shift. The invisible hand of Adam Smith whispered through the alleys and taverns, carrying with it the tenets of capitalism. The notion that anyone could rise through hard work began to take root, challenging the long-standing belief that birthright dictated destiny. The marketplace of ideas flourished, and with it came a new kind of power, a power that could not merely be bought, but earned through ingenuity and effort. As revolutions sparked and spread across continents, the lines of wealth and influence blurred. In France, the Reign of Terror brought the guillotine down upon those who once walked the halls of privilege, their heads rolling as the masses roared in approval. The streets ran red with the blood of the powerful, as the cries for equality drowned out the whispers of the elite. Wealth was stripped of its sheen, revealing the raw, unfiltered truth that it had always been a facade, a mask worn to hide the exploitation beneath. In the shadows of these historical upheavals, women began to claim their stake in this new economy of power. Figures like Olympe de Gouges, armed with her pen and fierce conviction, championed the rights of women, defiantly declaring that they too deserved a voice in this struggle for equality. Her words resonated, echoing through the ages, igniting sparks of change that would blaze trails for generations yet to come. The intertwining of power and economics revealed itself not solely between the rich and the poor, but across all divides, gender, race, and creed, each seeking acknowledgement in a world that had long overlooked them. Capitalism surged with the Industrial Revolution, reshaping landscapes and societies alike. Factories sprang up like wildflowers, promising jobs and prosperity, yet often masking the grim realities of labor exploitation. Children worked long hours, their small hands stitching the fabric of a new economy, all while the industrialists sat comfortably in their mansions, reaping the rewards of their toil. Here lay the tragic irony. Wealth continued to attract influence, but at what cost? The lives of the many were sacrificed at the altar of profit, with every dollar earned casting a shadow that seemed to engulf the very ideals of freedom and equality. Meanwhile, in the gilded halls of power, the game of politics played on, a chess match where pawns were sacrificed in the name of wealth and influence. Lobbyists whispered sweet-talking promises, tailoring legislation to favor those who could afford the price of entry. The cycle continued, a relentless loop where the rich grew richer, wielding their financial clout to shape laws that would keep them in power. And so the world spun on, a tapestry woven with threads of power and economics, stitched together by the hopes and struggles of countless souls. The distance between the haves and have-nots continued to stretch, but with every passing year, the embers of discontent smoldered beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to ignite once more. In every corner of the globe, from the bustling streets of London to the quiet villages of India, the echoes of history lingered, reminding all that wealth may buy influence, but true power, genuine power, lives in the hearts of the people, waiting for the opportune moment to rise and claim its rightful place. As the candle flickered one last time, the man by the desk placed down his quill. He felt the pulse of history beneath his fingertips, and with it, the undeniable truth that change was not merely possible, it was inevitable. The world was shifting, and the intersection of power and economics was about to take center stage in a way that would forever alter the course of humanity. The air was electric with possibility, a promise of deeper struggles and greater triumphs yet to unfold. In the dim light of a small, crowded cafe in Budapest, a young woman named Lila clutched her coffee, her eyes scanning the faces around her. Each person wore a mask of uncertainty, whispering fears and dreams in hushed tones, as if the walls themselves might betray them. Outside, the sounds of protest drummed like an urgent heartbeat, echoing the desire for a voice that could no longer be silenced. This tension, palpable and thick, was not just a local affair. It rippled through the fabric of nations. It was the age-old battle of democracy versus autocracy. In the late 18th century, the whispers of revolution filled the air in France. Citizens, tired of oppression, took to the streets, shouting for liberty, equality, and fraternity. The fall of the Bastille on July 14, 1789, marked a fiery moment. The people tore down the very symbol of tyranny, igniting a flame that would spread across the globe. It was a declaration that shook the foundations of monarchies. The burgeoning spirit of democracy ignited hearts from the cobblestone streets of Paris to the vast plains of America. Yet, with every step towards freedom, shadows loomed, tyrants waiting to seize control. Fast forward to the 20th century, a time when the world stood at a crossroads. The echoes of World War I still haunted Europe, and in its wake, totalitarian regimes emerged like dark clouds, smothering the hope that had been kindled a century earlier. In the Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin's iron grip snuffed out dissent as he transformed dreams into nightmares. The Great Purge swept through the land, leaving families torn apart and lives extinguished. For those who dared to oppose, silence was the only option, or worse, the cold embrace of a prison cell. Across the ocean, the United States stood as a beacon of democracy, a lighthouse steadfast against the storm. But even here, challenges loomed. The Great Depression cast a long shadow as people struggled to find bread and dignity. Amidst this turmoil, the familiar voice of Franklin D. Roosevelt emerged, promising a new deal that would lift the nation back from despair. His words rang out in living rooms, a reminder that democracy had the power to heal, to unite, to create hope where none existed. But hope can be a fragile thing. In the 21st century, the world found itself grappling with a new set of challenges. Autocracy reared its head in various forms, as leaders like Vladimir Putin in Russia and Xi Jinping in China tightened their grips, wielding power with a chilling efficiency. In these nations, dissenters faced consequences that made the heart race with fear. The story of Alexei Navalny, the Russian opposition leader poisoned and imprisoned, served as a testament to the lengths to which autocratic regimes would go to silence voices of change. The world watched in horror, wondering if history was fated to repeat itself. Meanwhile, in the streets of Hong Kong, thousands of citizens marched with fervor, waving banners and chanting for freedom. Their faces illuminated with hope, they defied a giant that sought to smother their voices. Each protest was a pulse, a heartbeat of democracy challenging the suffocating grip of autocracy. The world held its breath, transfixed by the bravery of ordinary people standing up for their rights, knowing that each step they took could lead to both glory and peril. Yet, democracy itself is not without its struggles. In the United States, the 2020 election became a battleground, with accusations of fraud swirling like storm clouds. The Capitol riot on January 6, 2021, shocked the world, a visceral reminder of how quickly democratic ideals can erode when fear and anger rise. The sight of those defiant faces storming the halls of power sent shivers down spines. It was a moment where the very foundations of democracy seemed to tremble. In Africa, the story was no less dramatic. Nations like Sudan and Zimbabwe have oscillated between hope and despair, as leaders rose and fell like the tide. The Arab Spring, a wave of protests across the Middle East and North Africa, was a testament to the unyielding human spirit yearning for freedom, only to be met with brutal crackdowns. The images of young men and women filling the streets, demanding change, were visceral reminders that the quest for democracy often comes at a high price. As the sun set over the Middle East, a young boy named Amir stood at a crossroads in his life. With his eyes glistening in the fading light, he dreamt of a world where he could speak freely, where his voice could matter. Yet, the looming threat of autocratic regimes cast a long shadow over his dreams. Would he find the courage to fight for his future, or would fear dictate his silence? Around the globe, from Latin America to Asia, the struggle between democracy and autocracy plays out like a high-stakes chess game. Leaders come and go, but the people's desire for freedom remains. The resilient spirit of individuals like Malala Yousafzai, who stood up for girls' rights to education despite facing life-threatening challenges, shines like a beacon of hope. Each story of defiance, each act of courage, adds to a rich tapestry that weaves together the narrative of humanity's relentless quest for dignity and autonomy. As tensions rise and the stakes get higher, the world stands on a precipice, a fragile balance between the clashing ideologies of democracy and autocracy. The battle is not just about power, It is about the very essence of what it means to be human. Every protest, every election, every voice raised in defiance is a testament to the enduring spirit of hope. In this ever-evolving landscape, the future remains unwritten. As individuals across the globe continue to choose sides, armed with nothing but their convictions and their dreams. In that crowded cafe in Budapest, Lila took a deep breath, her heart racing as the protests outside intensified. She could feel the weight of history pressing upon her, knowing she was part of a larger story that was still unfolding. The stakes were high, and the world was watching, waiting, hoping for change. The walls of autocracy trembled under the force of a million voices crying out for freedom, and the sound of their unity reverberated across the globe, a resonating call that could never be ignored. A crowd gathered under the swaying branches of an ancient oak tree, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns. The air was thick with anticipation, for today marked a celebration of traditions that had endured for centuries. In the center of the gathering stood a young girl, her eyes wide with awe as she clutched a worn book of tales passed down through generations. It told stories of kings and queens, of knights in shining armor, and of battles that shaped nations. It was in these stories that the essence of monarchy breathed, echoing through time. Yet, outside this serene moment, a world was changing at a dizzying pace. The shadows of the past danced with the bright lights of technology, and questions arose. What is the place of monarchy in a society where democracy reigns and voices are meant to be equal? What relevance do crowns and thrones hold in the age of social media and instant communication? These questions lingered like an unanswered prayer, tugging at the hearts of many. Historically, monarchies have been intertwined with the very fabric of civilization. In ancient Egypt, pharaohs were not merely rulers but living gods, their very existence believed to maintain cosmic order. The echoes of their reigns still resonate today, reminding us of how deeply embedded monarchy can be in cultural identity. Fast forward to medieval Europe, where kings and queens wielded immense power, their decrees shaping the daily lives of millions. The bloodlines of these regal figures often sparked wars, alliances, and betrayals, each chapter a testament to human ambition and frailty. Yet, as the centuries unfolded, so too did the understanding of power. The French Revolution, with its fervent cries of liberty, equality, and fraternity, marked a pivotal moment in the story of monarchy. The guillotine became a symbol of rebellion against the divine right of kings, a stark reminder that the people's will could dismantle centuries of tradition. Still, even in the ashes of revolution, the allure of monarchy persisted. There was something deeply comforting about the idea of a figurehead, a constant amidst the chaos, a custodian of heritage. In Britain, for instance, the House of Windsor has weathered storms that would have shattered lesser institutions. Queen Elizabeth II, a stalwart figure through decades of change, became a symbol of continuity. Her ability to adapt, the televised Christmas speeches, the warm smiles during public engagements, spoke volumes about the monarchy's potential to evolve while holding onto its roots. The monarch's presence at national celebrations, state funerals, and even the Olympics breathed life into the idea that royal families, while steeped in history, could resonate with modern sensibilities. But as the world continued to shift, so too did the expectations of monarchy. The royal family faced scrutiny unlike any before. Social media, with its sharp tongue and instantaneous reach, changed the landscape of public perception. A simple tweet could ignite a wildfire of debate, and the walls that once protected royal privacy began to crumble. The marriage of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, a union steeped in tradition yet bursting with modernity, became a flashpoint for discussion. Their story revealed the chasm between the ideals of monarchy and the realities of the contemporary world, sparking conversations about race, mental health, and the oppressive nature of public life. The relevance of monarchy in today's society often hinges on its ability to connect with the people. The longing for tradition, for a symbol of stability, becomes palpable during times of crisis. During the COVID-19 pandemic, when the world seemed shrouded in uncertainty, royal addresses provided comfort and reassurance. Prince William, Kate Middleton, and other members of the royal family took to their platforms to share messages of hope, reminding citizens of the importance of community and resilience. It was in these moments that the monarchy found a renewed relevance, not as rulers, but as beacons of unity. However, the question remains: can the monarchy survive in a world that increasingly values transparency over tradition? The answer lies in its willingness to adapt. The royal family's initiatives to engage with pressing issues, such as mental health and climate change, showcase a potential path forward. By embracing contemporary challenges, monarchy can transform from a relic of the past into a relevant force for good in the modern world. Emotions stirred beneath the surface of these discussions. For many, the idea of monarchy is wrapped in nostalgia. The fairy tales of childhood, the grandeur of royal weddings, and the timeless elegance of regal attire. These images ignite a flicker of hope, a longing for something more significant than the mundane. The monarchy represents ideals of honor, duty, and service, attributes that resonate deeply in a world often fraught with cynicism. Yet, there remains a tension, like the bowstring of a taut bow, ready to snap. The younger generations, armed with smartphones and a thirst for authenticity, demand more than just ceremonial appearances. They seek engagement, relevance, and transparency. The challenge for monarchy lies in striking a balance between preserving the mystique that has captivated audiences for centuries and embracing the raw, unfiltered humanity that today's society craves. As the crowd beneath the oak tree began to disperse, the girl lingered, her heart racing with the stories she had absorbed. The pages of her book whispered promises of grandeur, yet they also hinted at a future where these tales might change, where kings and queens could walk among the people, sharing their struggles, hopes, and dreams. The future of monarchy danced on the horizon, a tantalizing blend of tradition and modernity, waiting to be written. The air crackled with tension as a grand figure mounted a gleaming throne, its intricate carvings telling stories of victories and betrayals. Each seat of power held the weight of empires, dreams, and often, the blood of those who dared to seek it. Thrones were more than mere furniture. They were symbols, sanctuaries, and sometimes the very graves of ambition. In England, the Iron Throne became the seat of dreams and nightmares alike. Forged from the swords of fallen enemies, it stood as a testament to King Arthur's might and the fervent desire for unity among feuding clans. Yet, the throne was never meant to be comfortable. It pricked the flesh of those who sat upon it, a constant reminder that the crown could be a heavy burden. The whispers of betrayal echoed through the corridors of the Tower of London, where the ghost of Anne Boleyn roamed. Her tragic end played on repeat, a haunting melody of love lost in a realm controlled by power-hungry men. As the throne's cold iron absorbed the warmth of countless kings, it also became a vessel of sorrow, a reminder that every ascension might lead to a bloody descent. Across the Channel, the allure of the French throne shimmered with a different kind of magic. The Palace of Versailles, with its opulent halls and gardens stretching beyond the horizon, was a stage of grandeur and illusion. Louis XIV, the Sun King, dazzled his court with performances of power, yet beneath the gilded surface lay unrest. The common folk starved while the elite reveled in excess, their laughter echoing against the marble, drowning out the cries of the suffering. Marie Antoinette's indifference became her undoing, sparking a revolution fueled by desperation and anger. The guillotine, a sinister companion to the throne, promised justice but delivered chaos. The weight of the crown became a noose, tightening with every lavish feast, every whispered rumor of dissent. Meanwhile, in Japan, the shogun's throne was not one of gold but of stoic simplicity. The land of the rising sun bore witness to the samurai's code of honor, where the throne represented stability and strength. The Tokugawa shogunate ruled for over 2 centuries, an era of peace known as the Edo period. Yet, beneath the calm, a storm brewed. The arrival of foreign ships shattered the isolationist dreams of the samurai. The thrones of both emperor and shogun shook under the weight of change. As the samurai clashed with modernity, their spirits whispered through the bamboo forests, longing for the days when honor and loyalty were paramount. The echoes of swords clashing resonated, a reminder that change is often the forerunner of downfall. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the thrones of power in these lands sparkled under the dimming light, casting long shadows that told stories of ambition, despair, and sacrifice. The thrones were silent witnesses to the delicate dance of politics and passion, love and hatred. In England, France, and Japan, the stories intertwined like the roots of ancient trees, each one feeding off the other, growing stronger yet more complicated. Kings and queens, once vibrant figures of hope and glory, became ghosts of their legacies. The tragic fates of these rulers served as cautionary tales for those who dared to dream of power. Each throne bore the bloodstains of dreams turned to nightmares, a tapestry woven with the threads of history, where the past weaved seamlessly into the present. Whispers of rebellion stirred the air in all corners of the world. A spark ignited in the hearts of the oppressed, longing for change and justice. The people yearned to claim the power that had been snatched away, to carve out their own place in a history that too often silenced them. The thrones, once symbols of authority, began to quiver, sensing the shift in the winds of time. With each passing moment, the stories of these iconic thrones grew ever more entwined, creating a rich narrative that transcended borders, cultures, and centuries. The tension was palpable, and the world held its breath. What would become of the thrones that had witnessed both magnificent triumphs and heartbreaking tragedies? Would the cycle of power continue its relentless march, or would the tide of change wash away the very foundations upon which these thrones rested? The stage was set for a reckoning, a clash of ideals that would echo through generations. The weight of history pressed down like a storm cloud, ready to unleash its fury. Each throne, each ruler, held secrets that could ignite revolutions or quench them. Heroes and villains would rise and fall, their destinies written in the annals of time. The flickering flame of courage shared among the common people threatened to engulf the palaces of the mighty, transforming the very essence of authority. And so, the story continued to unfold, each chapter more thrilling than the last. A tapestry of human experience woven into the fabric of time. The echoes of thrones, whether adorned with jewels or shrouded in obscurity, carried the whispers of those who came before and those yet to come. The world was waiting, trembling on the edge of revolution, as power shifted, clawed, and fought to remain seated upon its gilded throne. In the hushed corridors of power where whispers echoed louder than thunder, the United Nations stood like a towering monument against the storm of chaos that threatened to engulf the world. A place where hope battled despair, where nations, once divided by war and conflict, gathered beneath a single roof, seeking solace in the belief that together, they could forge a better future. It was here that history unfolded, where the dreams of millions merged with the stark realities of politics. The year was 1945. Smoke still lingered from the ashes of World War II, a conflict that had left scars on the very fabric of humanity. Amidst the ruins of shattered cities and broken lives, leaders from 51 countries came together in San Francisco, not just to sign a document, but to ignite a flicker of hope in the hearts of billions. The United Nations was born, a fragile spark amidst the darkness, a bold declaration that peace was not just a dream but a tangible goal worth striving for. Each nation brought its own story, its own pain, and its own vision. They were men and women who had witnessed the unspeakable. They had seen firsthand the depths of human suffering. Yet, in that moment, for the first time in years, they dared to look beyond their borders, united in their resolve to prevent another cataclysm. The weight of that responsibility hung heavy in the air, a potent mixture of fear and optimism as they crafted a new world order, one where diplomacy triumphed over warfare. Years rolled on, and the United Nations became a stage upon which the drama of global relations played out. Crises erupted like wildfires, threatening to engulf nations. When the Korean War broke out in 1950, it was the UN that stepped in, valiantly attempting to quell the flames of conflict. Soldiers from various nations, wearing the blue helmets that symbolized peace, marched into the fray, their hearts full of courage, knowing they were not just fighting for their countries, but for a shared humanity. Battles raged, and the world watched, hearts pounding in unison, As the lines between right and wrong blurred, the UN, with all its flaws, became the beacon of hope for those who had none. It was here that the struggles for civil rights found resonance, where voices like Martin Luther King Jr.'s echoed through the hallways. The United Nations embraced the cries for equality, amplifying the pleas of the oppressed, igniting movements that would change the course of history. But as the years passed, the challenge of global dominion loomed larger. Nations became enamored with power, vying for influence, often at the expense of the very principles the UN stood for. The Cold War cast a long shadow, as superpowers stalked one another in a tense dance of diplomacy and brinkmanship, each move calculated, each word weighted with the potential to ignite another conflict. The UN found itself in a precarious position, its authority tested as wars broke out far and wide, and member states chose alliances over unity. In the midst of this turmoil, a pivotal moment emerged in the late 20th century. The fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 marked not just a political shift but a philosophical one. The world held its breath as the barriers of division crumbled, revealing the raw human desire for connection and understanding. The UN seized the moment, launching peacekeeping missions in places like the former Yugoslavia, where ethnic tensions had erupted into violence. Hearts raced with hope but also with dread. As soldiers were sent into the maelstrom, the stakes higher than ever before. Tragedy struck in the form of a devastating genocide in Rwanda in 1994, a haunting reminder of the fragility of peace. The world watched in horror as the UN struggled, paralyzed by bureaucracy, while lives were lost in brutal waves. It was a heart-wrenching lesson in the limits of international organizations, and the question hung in the air like a storm cloud. Can humanity truly unite to protect its own? It was a question that would torment leaders and citizens alike, echoing in the hallowed halls of the UN. Yet, it was not just in moments of despair that the UN's influence was felt. The turn of the millennium brought a renewed focus on global issues, as leaders gathered to address poverty, education, and health. The Millennium Development Goals were established, igniting a wave of optimism. Children who once went to bed hungry began to dream of a better future, as nations pledged to eradicate poverty and ensure education for all. The UN was a platform for collaboration, and the world watched with bated breath as commitments were made, as hope flickered in the hearts of the disenfranchised. As the 21st century unfolded, the landscape of global dominions began to shift once more. New challenges emerged, from climate change to terrorism, each more complex than the last. The UN faced a daunting task, one that required the cooperation of nations that often found themselves at odds. The Paris Agreement in 2015 became a dramatic act of solidarity, a moment when leaders raised their voices together, acknowledging a shared responsibility for the planet. It was a fragile alliance, forged from urgency and desperation, yet so necessary. In that moment, under the weight of the world's expectations, the UN stood as a symbol of hope, a reminder that no matter how fragmented humanity appeared, there lay an unbreakable thread connecting every nation, every citizen. The tears of despair mingled with tears of joy as people around the globe sensed a collective effort to heal the planet they called home. This interplay of light and shadow, of triumph and tragedy, painted a vivid tapestry of what international organizations can accomplish. With each challenge, they inspire nations to rise above their divisions, to seek common ground, to embrace the messy, beautiful complexity of human relationships. As the pages of history continued to turn, the role of international organizations loomed larger. Each meeting held the potential to shift paradigms, to ignite movements, to save lives. The world held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, knowing that the stakes were higher than ever. The curtain was still rising on this epic saga, and the story of humanity was far from over. In a small town, nestled between rolling hills and vast fields, a church bell rang out. The sound echoed through the streets, slicing through the morning air like a knife through silence. A crowd began to gather, their faces a mix of hope and fear. They were there not just for Sunday service but to hear the words of their pastor, who would become more than a spiritual leader. He was a voice for the voiceless, a beacon of hope in uncertain times. As he spoke, the words flowed like a river, weaving faith and politics into a tapestry that many would wear as armor in the battles they faced daily. For centuries, religion has acted as a guiding star for nations, shaping laws, morals, and the very fabric of society. From the days of kings who ruled by divine right to modern leaders invoking God's blessing in political speeches, the influence of faith on governance has always been profound. The intertwining of the sacred and the secular is as old as civilization itself. In ancient Rome, the state relied on the gods to ensure prosperity, while in Jerusalem, the prophets fought against injustice, reminding the rulers of their divine accountability. These echoes of the past reverberate through the halls of power today, a reminder of the timeless struggle between faith and governance. As the pastor raised his voice, he spoke of justice, compassion, and the urgent need for change. The crowd hung on his every word, their hearts pounding in rhythm with his fervor. His sermons had become a rallying cry for those disillusioned with the status quo. In many ways, he was a modern-day prophet, urging his followers to take a stand against corruption and inequality. Each sentence was infused with passion, igniting the souls of those who listened. The power of his message had transcended the walls of the church, spilling into the streets and into the very heart of politics. Across the globe, similar scenes unfolded. In the United States, megachurches pulsed with energy as pastors urged their congregations to vote, to choose candidates who aligned with their values. In India, religious leaders wielded influence over millions, guiding their followers not just in spiritual matters but in the political realm as well. In the Middle East, clerics held sway over governments, their edicts shaping laws and destinies. The influence of religion in contemporary politics was not just a phenomenon. It was a powerful force that could turn tides and shape history. Yet, this influence was not without its shadows. The intertwining of faith and politics often led to division and unrest. The pastor's voice trembled when he spoke of those who twisted religion for power, using it as a weapon against their fellow man. He recounted stories of strife and bloodshed, of wars fought in the name of God, and of communities torn apart by dogma. The air grew heavy with sorrow as he reminded his congregation that faith could unite but also divide, ignite passion but also hatred. These moments of reflection brought silence, urging the crowd to confront the difficult truths of their reality. In the halls of power, leaders wrestled with these very dilemmas. They sought the support of religious groups, knowing that their backing could mean votes and influence. Campaigns crafted slogans that resonated with the faithful, and debates became battlegrounds for spiritual ideologies. Laws were passed, not just with a focus on governance but through the lens of morality as dictated by religious beliefs. The intertwining of church and state was not merely a historical relic. It was alive and pulsing, shaping the lives of millions. Then came the moment of tension, a turning point where faith clashed with the harsh realities of policy. As the pastor spoke, he addressed the growing rift within the community itself. Families were divided over political affiliations. Friends were torn apart by differing beliefs. He urged them to remember their shared humanity, to find common ground amidst the chaos. The passion in his voice rose to a crescendo, fueled by the fierce desire for unity. The stakes were high, and the emotions ran deep. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, as if the very air could ignite with the weight of his words. It was a call to arms, but not in the traditional sense. This was a call for compassion, for understanding, and for action. The crowd could feel the undercurrents of history swirling around them, reminding them that they stood on the shoulders of those who had fought for justice before them. With every impassioned plea, the pastor painted a vivid picture of what was at stake: lives, futures, dignity. The pain of those marginalized in society echoed through his message, tugging at the heartstrings of even the most stoic listeners. Stories of struggle and resilience rose to the surface, grounding his call to action in the reality of the human experience. The congregation erupted in applause, their hearts ignited with a fierce determination to bring about change. They were not just passive observers. They were active participants in the ongoing narrative of faith and politics. The pastor had reminded them that they belonged to a story greater than themselves, a story that had been written across generations and continents, where faith had powered movements for justice, equality, and peace. As the service drew to a close, the pastor's final words lingered in the air like a haunting melody, a promise that the fight for justice was not over, that their voices mattered. The crowd filed out of the church, transformed, inspired, and ready to take their beliefs into the world. Outside, the sun shone brighter, illuminating the path ahead. A path fraught with challenges but also filled with hope. Across the globe, similar gatherings were taking place, similar sparks igniting across communities, where faith met activism in a powerful dance of resistance and hope. The story was not just about a single town or a single church. It was a symphony of voices rising in unison against oppression, a testimony to the enduring power of belief in shaping the political landscape. In the face of rising tensions, this moment served as a bridge, connecting past struggles with present ambitions, weaving a narrative that would continue to unfold, leaving readers on the edge of their seats, feeling the pulse of history coursing through their veins, ready to plunge into the next chapter of this unfolding saga. In the dim light of a crowded cafe, a young woman sat with her laptop open, the glow illuminating her determined face. Each keystroke was punctuated by a nervous glance over her shoulder, as if the very air around her was thick with unseen eyes. A whispered conversation from a nearby table, the soft clinking of cups, felt like a soundtrack to her anxiety. She was not alone. Millions across the globe shared her unease, a sense that the walls were closing in, that privacy was evaporating like steam from a hot cup of coffee. In the shadows of history, surveillance has been a silent partner to power. From the dawn of civilization, rulers have sought to know everything about their subjects. The eyes of ancient Rome watched citizens closely, using the vast network of informants, while the infamous Stasi in East Germany perfected the art of observation. But as technology evolved, so did the tools of monitoring. The leap from the watchful gaze of a guard to the omnipresent eye of the digital age was startling. It began with the simple act of communication. The telephone, a marvel of its time, soon became a tool for eavesdropping. Wiretapping was a chilling fear in the 20th century, but it was a mere prelude to what lay ahead. The introduction of the internet was like opening Pandora's box, and the first glimmers of a surveillance state began to emerge. Information once exchanged in whispers now flowed freely through invisible wires, vulnerable and enticing. Every click, every post, and every like was a breadcrumb left behind, a trail of data begging to be followed. As the years moved on, governments and corporations alike became adept at harvesting this information. The 9/11 attacks reshaped the landscape. Fear took root in the hearts of millions, and in response, the walls of privacy were dismantled under the guise of security. The USA Patriot Act was signed into law, a swift and sweeping measure that tore down barriers designed to protect citizens. Suddenly, the idea of freedom was entangled with the chains of surveillance, and the public's trust began to wane. Across the globe, China was crafting a more insidious model. The Great Firewall, a digital version of the wall built to keep unwanted influences out, became a fortress of control. With each passing year, more cameras were installed in cities, linked to an extensive network of facial recognition systems. Citizens became aware that their every move was a spectacle for the state, a chilling reminder that freedom was now a carefully constructed illusion. The streets buzzed with activity, but there was an underlying tension, a feeling that even the most mundane acts were being scrutinized. In the West, as people shared their lives on social media, they unknowingly handed over their privacy in exchange for likes and shares. The more we connected, the more we were observed. Algorithms learned our habits, desires, and fears. Each advertisement tailored to our interests felt like a personal touch. But behind the scenes, it was a chilling reminder of how deeply we were monitored. The once extensive boundaries of privacy had begun to blur, turning once vibrant communities into a web of interconnected surveillance. As the digital age progressed, data became the new gold. Companies and governments alike sought to wield the power of information. The Cambridge Analytica scandal sent shockwaves around the world when it was revealed that personal data from millions of users had been harvested to influence elections. Trust eroded, and a palpable sense of betrayal hung in the air. The very platforms designed to bring people together had, instead, become instruments of division, manipulation, and control. People began to wake up to the reality that their lives were being analyzed and categorized. Dark patterns crept into the design of apps and websites, subtly guiding users towards choices that benefited corporations rather than individuals. The language of choice was replaced by a sense of inevitability, a feeling that one was merely a player in a game they didn't fully understand. The more one resisted, the tighter the grip became, as if the world was slowly being pulled into a dystopian narrative. In a world saturated with technology, the divide between the watched and the watchers grew ever wider. Whispers of rebellion surfaced in the form of privacy advocates and hackers, each seeking to pull back the curtain on this pervasive surveillance. Mark, a passionate programmer, worked tirelessly in his small apartment, determined to create tools that would protect individuals from prying eyes. His fingertips danced across the keyboard as he crafted a new encryption software, a digital shield against the relentless gaze of the state. Conversely, the response from those in power was swift and alarmed. Authorities tightened their grip, branding dissenters as threats to national security. The tension escalated, and the air crackled with the electricity of impending conflict. As protests erupted in various cities, people held signs that read, "Freedom over fear." Their voices rose in unison, reverberating through the streets, but the whisper of apprehension lingered in the background. It was a battle of ideals, as hope clashed with the cold reality of surveillance. In the shadows of the night, drones hovered silently above urban landscapes, their cameras capturing every movement. Meanwhile, an underground network worked tirelessly to counteract the invasive technologies. This new resistance was a mosaic of individuals from all walks of life: an artist in Berlin, a journalist in London, a hacker in San Francisco, all unified by a singular goal: to reclaim their right to privacy. Each step they took was met with a storm of pushback, revealing just how fiercely the surveillance state would defend its power. As the rubber met the road, a question began to loom larger than life itself. How much longer could humanity coexist with a system that valued control over freedom? The tension was palpable, like a tightly wound coil ready to spring at any moment. The young woman in the cafe clutched her laptop closer, her heart racing as she typed a post into a forum dedicated to privacy rights. The world outside blurred into a haze, but her resolve sharpened. The stakes were high, and the outcome uncertain. The lines had been drawn, and the battle for the soul of society was just beginning, poised to ripple through history with consequences that none could fully fathom. The air crackled with tension as voices raised in fervor echoed across town squares and bustling city streets. It was as if the heartbeat of a restless crowd tapped in unison, demanding to be heard. This was no ordinary gathering. It pulsed with the pain of forgotten dreams and the fierce desire for change. In the distance, a lone figure stepped onto a makeshift stage, their silhouette framed by the flickering light of torches. Eyes gleamed with hope, and hearts raced with anticipation. This was the dawn of a new political landscape, where the old rules were being rewritten by the very people who once felt invisible. Populism, a force that surged through the veins of nations, promised to cast aside the elite and elevate the common man. Its roots tangled deeply in history, reaching back to movements like the People's Party of the late 19th century in the United States, where farmers and laborers united against the oppressive grasp of industrial tycoons. The tales of struggle were etched in the minds of those gathered, memories of hard work and failed promises mingling with the air they breathed. Faces in the crowd reflected a tapestry of stories, each one a chapter in a collective narrative of disillusionment and yearning. As the speaker's voice rose, so did the spirits of those listening. "They say your dreams are impossible." The words cut through the night, sharp as a blade. Gasps echoed, eyes widened, hearts raced. But who are they to dictate what you can achieve? It is time to reclaim your voice. The crowd erupted, a wave of emotion crashing over them. They were not merely spectators. They were part of something greater, a movement that could reshape the very fabric of society. In another part of the world, similar scenes unfolded. From the streets of Europe to the outskirts of South America, populism took many forms, each colored by the unique struggles of its people. Leaders with charisma and fiery rhetoric emerged, promising to fight for the forgotten, to topple the system that had long favored the privileged. They painted a vivid picture of a world where every citizen mattered, where voices once silenced would roar anew. It was intoxicating, this vision of unity in the face of adversity. Yet, lurking beneath the surface was a current of uncertainty. For every rally that ignited passion, there loomed the specter of division. As populism gained traction, it sometimes morphed into something darker, a platform for anger, a breeding ground for hostility. Historical echoes reverberated, reminding all of the dangers when movements go unchecked. The rise of leaders who thrived on fear and resentment served as a haunting reminder of the fine line between empowerment and chaos. Still, the momentum was undeniable. In small towns and sprawling cities, the disenfranchised found strength in each other. They gathered in community centers, where stories were shared over cups of coffee and tears were shed for lost opportunities. It was here that the seeds of change were sown, nurtured by a shared understanding of struggle. The discussion turned from mere grievances to plans of action, as people began to believe in their power to effect change. Historic figures from the past loomed large in their minds. They spoke of leaders like Huey Long, who rallied Louisiana's poor, promising them a slice of the American dream. His voice was a clarion call, echoing in the hearts of those who felt the weight of the world on their shoulders. The question hung thick in the air. Could this new wave of populism truly honor the legacy of those who came before, or would it fracture into chaos? On the streets, passionate debates swirled like autumn leaves caught in a gust of wind. Friends found themselves at odds over ideologies, with tempers flaring and voices raised. The fervor of belief could ignite friendships or shatter bonds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, the reality of this new political landscape emerged. An intricate web of hope, fear, and the unmistakable human need for connection. Even as populism swept across nations, with promises of reform and empowerment whispering sweet nothings into the ears of the masses, the specter of history loomed large. Leaders rose and fell, movements transformed, and the very definition of democracy was put to the test. Every election cycle became a battleground, a stage where the stakes were higher than ever. It was a gripping saga of ambition, betrayal, and the relentless pursuit of a better tomorrow. In living rooms and coffee shops, conversations about values and visions morphed into debates that could last for hours. Faces lit up with excitement as they discussed the heroes of their cause, the figures who inspired them to stand tall against a tide of uncertainty. Yet there was also fear, a fear of what could happen if this tide turned too quickly, if the hunger for change outstripped the capacity for understanding and compromise. Would history repeat itself, or could the lessons of the past be heeded? As the night deepened, the flickering lights of rallies and protests shone brighter, illuminating the way forward. The chants of the people soared, each one a heartbeat in the rhythm of a new era. They clung to the belief that they could forge a path that honored the past while embracing the future. In the depths of their souls, they wrestled with the question of identity, the essence of who they were in a rapidly changing world. The air was electric, charged with possibility and the weight of history. With every passing moment, the boundaries of what was considered possible began to shift. It was a heady mix of hope and anxiety, a moment suspended in time where each person felt the power of their collective voice. As the crowd surged, they held tight to the notion that they were not alone, that history was on their side. And as dawn approached, the first light of day began to break over the horizon, casting a golden hue on the faces of the hopeful. The struggle was far from over, and the road ahead was fraught with challenges. Yet, as the sun rose, it illuminated a truth that could no longer be ignored. Their voices mattered, history was being written before their very eyes, and the new political landscape was theirs to shape. The promise of change hung in the air, thick and palpable, whispering of endless possibilities and the fierce hope that propelled them forward into an uncertain tomorrow. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over a village that had stood for centuries. The rhythmic sound of a drum pulsed through the air, mingling with the murmurs of elders gathered under a sprawling baobab tree, where tradition spoke louder than words. Yet, Beneath the surface of this harmonious scene, a storm brewed, one that would challenge the very fabric of their lives. A clash between ancient customs and the unyielding call for human rights. In the heart of this village, young Amina stood at the edge of the gathering, her heart racing. She felt the weight of generations pressing down upon her, but her spirit fluttered with a new energy, ignited by whispers of change that danced through the air like fireflies. Stories of distant lands where voices were lifted in unison for justice filled her ears and urged her to act. The elders, with their lined faces and wise eyes, spoke of their ancestors' sacrifices, but Amina's mind wandered to the sacrifices yet to be made, the sacrifices that could free her people from the iron grip of unquestioned authority. As dusk settled, a chilling tension enveloped the village. The presence of the chief, a man cloaked in the weight of tradition, seemed to darken the night. His authority was absolute, his word law. But Amina felt a flicker of rebellion, a longing for a voice that spoke not just for the traditions of old but for dreams yet to be realized. The air crackled with anticipation as she stepped forward, her voice trembling but strong. "What of our rights?" she dared to ask, her words reverberating through the silence. Gasps echoed among the elders. For centuries, the elders had guarded their power, fortified by customs that dictated every aspect of life. They invoked the spirits of ancestors to silence dissent, their authority unquestioned, their traditions sacrosanct. But Amina was different. She was part of a generation ablaze with a hunger for freedom, inspired by movements that had swept across borders and oceans, challenging the very notion of who held power. With each word she spoke, the world outside the village pulsed closer. The 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights had become a beacon of hope for many, a document outlining the rights that every person should enjoy, regardless of who they were or where they came from. Yet, here in this village, those rights were but a whisper against the roar of tradition. The tension thickened, a palpable force that threatened to explode. In that moment, Amina saw the faces of her friends, young men and women who had grown tired of the chains forged by centuries of tradition. They stood with her, eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement, ready to challenge the status quo. Together, they formed a small but powerful force, united by a belief that every individual deserved to have their voice heard, their dignity respected. The chief's face turned ashen, a storm brewing behind his eyes. "You dare question the customs that protect us?" he thundered, his voice echoing through the village square. His authority loomed over them like a dark cloud, but Amina held her ground, her heart pounding fiercely in her chest. "But what if those customs suffocate us?" she countered, her voice unwavering. "What if the very traditions meant to protect us are the ones that imprison us?" Around them, murmurs began to swirl like leaves in a tempest. Some elders shook their heads, fearing the chaos that change could bring. Others, however, felt a flicker of something long buried: curiosity. Could it be possible that the chains they wore were self-imposed? Amina's words hung heavily in the air, a challenge to the very foundation of their beliefs. The village felt alive, as if it had awakened from a long slumber. The flickering light of the fire danced in the eyes of the younger generation, illuminating a path they had never dared to tread before. They were not just children of tradition. They were the children of possibility, poised to carve a new future. Days turned into nights, and as the sun rose higher in the sky, the struggle began to take shape. Amina organized meetings, bringing together young and old, each voice adding to the chorus of change. They spoke of rights not just for individuals but for the community as a whole. They painted a picture of a world where power was shared, where authority wasn't synonymous with oppression, where respect and dignity flourished. But the elders were not easily swayed. They summoned the spirits of their ancestors to remind the people of the importance of their customs. "Tradition is our strength," they proclaimed, their voices echoing with authority that had been passed down through generations. Yet, Amina could see the cracks beginning to form. Even some of the elders, who had once been staunch defenders of tradition, found themselves questioning. Perhaps, they thought, there was a way to honor the past while embracing the future. As the debate grew fiercer, the tension mounted. The village square transformed into a battleground of ideas, a clash between the old guard and a new generation armed with knowledge and passion. Each gathering became a microcosm of a larger struggle, reflecting the battles fought around the world where human rights challenged the very essence of authority and tradition. One evening, as the moon hung low in the sky, illuminating the faces of the villagers, Amina stood before them once more. "Are we not all deserving of dignity?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper yet resonating with power. "Can we not find a way to honor our ancestors while also standing up for ourselves?" The elders exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of contemplation and defiance. A fire sparked within the hearts of the villagers, a flame that could not be extinguished. They were no longer just passive observers. They were participants in a dance of change, each step resonating with their hopes, fears, and aspirations. The night deepened, and the sound of drums faded into the background, replaced by the pulse of new ideas. The challenges of traditional authority and the fight for human rights intertwined, creating a tapestry of struggle that was both beautiful and painful. The village stood on the precipice of transformation, a moment suspended in time, caught between the past and the future. A future that shimmered with promise but also loomed with uncertainty. Amina took a deep breath, her heart filled with a mix of hope and apprehension. The battle was far from over. The brave steps they had taken were only the beginning. Would they be able to forge a path that honored both tradition and the undeniable right to voice their own destinies? The answer hung in the air, ripe with potential, intertwining the destinies of a people on the brink of awakening. In a bustling town square, the air vibrated with the fervor of a new dawn. Young voices rose, bright and unyielding, as they chanted for change, their faces lit by the flickering light of determination. It was here, amidst the thrumming of youthful hearts, that history was not merely witnessed but actively carved into the stone of time. These were the moments that would ripple through the ages, the whispers of youth demanding to be heard, echoing through the corridors of power. From the sun-drenched streets of ancient Athens, where the youth clamored for democracy, to the fiery protests in Tiananmen Square, young people have always been at the forefront of monumental change. They surged like a tide, unrestrained and relentless, wielding dreams as their weapons. In every corner of the globe, youth have found a way to shake the foundations of the status quo, their voices rising in a symphony of hope and defiance. Consider the French Revolution, where young men and women, inspired by notions of liberty and equality, took to the streets with fervor. They were not simply the future, they were the present. It was the impassioned cries of youth that fueled the flames of change, igniting a revolution that would alter the course of a nation. Their aspirations were woven into banners that fluttered like heartbeats, each pulse a reminder of the power they held. When the Bastille fell, it was not merely a prison that crumbled, but the chains of oppression that had bound the spirit of a people for centuries. Fast forward to the 1960s, a time when young people across America and beyond stood up against injustice. They marched, they sang, and they demanded civil rights. Through the haze of tear gas and the harshness of police batons, the cries of youth rang clear. In that moment, they became the architects of a new world, reshaping society with their unyielding resolve. Their voices were not just a chorus. They were an anthem that persisted, resonating through the walls of history, echoing in the hearts of generations to come. In the digital age, the power of youth has found new platforms. Social media has become the modern-day town square, a place where youthful exuberance meets the weighty issues of the world. The Arab Spring, ignited by the hands of the young, illustrated how quickly a spark of discontent can transform into a wildfire of revolution. Young activists from Tunisia to Egypt used their voices and technology to challenge decades of oppression. Their hashtags became rallying cries, their posts a lifeline that connected kindred spirits across borders. They were not just participants. They were the vanguards of change, wielding the power of information to rewrite the future. Yet, the journey is not without its struggles. There are moments of despair where the dreams of the young seem eclipsed by the shadows of the powerful. In Venezuela, young citizens have braved hunger, violence, and imprisonment, fighting for their right to exist in a country that has crumbled around them. Their spirits remain unbroken, each protest a testament to their resilience. They stand united shoulder to shoulder, not just for themselves, but for the generations that will come after. Their bravery cuts through the darkness, illuminating paths of hope that might otherwise remain hidden. In every era, there are stories of youth who dared to defy expectations, who believed that change was not just possible but inevitable. Take Malala Yousafzai, a young girl from Pakistan who stood up for her right to education, even when faced with violence. Her courage ignited a global movement, proving that a single voice can inspire millions. She became a beacon of hope, reminding the world that youth are not merely the leaders of tomorrow. They are the changemakers of today. The tension in the air thickens as they gather, those youthful souls who dream of a brighter world. Their hearts beat in unison, a drumroll heralding the dawn of a new era. In that moment, they are not just individuals. They are a collective force, each heartbeat a note in a powerful symphony of change. They understand the weight of their actions, the impact of their words, and the legacy they are forging with every step they take. Yet, with great power comes great responsibility. The thrill of activism is often laced with the sobering reality of its consequences. In some instances, the flames of passion have been met with brutal repression. Young activists in Belarus face a chilling reality, where their voices are silenced and their dreams stifled. But even in these dire circumstances, the spirit of youth refuses to be extinguished. They find ways to communicate, to unite, and to carry their message beyond borders, proving that hope cannot be contained. As the sun sets on another day, the energy shifts, pulsating with the promise of the future. They are not just rallying for today. They are paving the way for tomorrow, planting seeds that will blossom into a garden of hope. Their faces, illuminated in the soft glow of twilight, reflect a determination that is palpable, a fierce belief that they can shape their destinies and the world around them. This moment, charged with emotion, is where history breathes. Every chant, every tear, every smile exchanged in solidarity becomes a thread woven into the fabric of time. It is an unbreakable bond, a shared understanding that their fight is not in vain. As they look to the horizon, they see not just the challenges ahead, but the endless possibilities that lie within their reach. The future is not a distant dream. It is a canvas waiting to be painted by their aspirations. And so, the youth march onward, their hearts ablaze with passion, their minds full of ideas, their spirits unyielding in the face of adversity. They are the architects of their fate, and their time is now. With every step they take, they weave a narrative that will echo through the ages, a story of resilience, courage, and an unwavering belief in a better world. The past has taught them, and now they rise, ready to shape the future dominions of humankind with their dreams, their actions, and their indomitable spirit. The world watches, breathless, as the tide of change surges ever closer. In the flickering torchlight of a dimly lit hall, the echoes of laughter and whispered secrets danced against the stone walls. A great feast lay before a gathering of the most powerful men in the kingdom, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of camaraderie and ambition. On the surface, it was a celebration of victory, but beneath the revelry simmered the tension of unspoken alliances and volatile rivalries. For every goblet raised in toast, there were silent prayers for strength, control, and an unyielding grip on power. This was not merely a feast. It was a delicate balancing act, a stage where culture intertwined with political might, where every song sung and tale told could shift the tides of influence. The vibrant banners of past victories hung above, each one a reminder of how art could shape a narrative and, in turn, how that narrative could forge a path to authority. Kings were not only rulers. They were composers of their own legacies, crafting stories that would echo through generations. In ancient Rome, the Forum was more than a marketplace. It was a living canvas where rhetoric shaped the course of history. Orators like Cicero wielded words as weapons, captivating crowds with eloquence that could sway public opinion and alter destinies. The power of the spoken word transcended mere communication. It was a tool that could topple tyrants or elevate the humble. As the sun set behind the Colosseum, casting long shadows across the cobbled stones. The air buzzed with the promise of change. Voices, both powerful and meek, could ignite revolutions or remain hushed, muffled beneath the weight of oppression. Yet, culture was not merely a reflection of political undertones. It was a formidable force in its own right. The Renaissance unfolded like a blossoming flower, its petals rich with artistry and intellect. Artists, musicians, and thinkers became the architects of societal transformation. The Medici family, with their patronage, recognized that investing in culture was investing in control. Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo were not just creators. They were vessels through which Florence's power thrived, leaving marks that even time could not erase. The brushstrokes of a painter or the notes of a composer could encapsulate a populace's hopes, fears, and desires, often with more impact than the edicts of a distant ruler. The painting of The School of Athens was not just a representation of great thinkers but a visual manifesto of the values and ideologies that would shape an era. It was a reminder that ideas could be more potent than swords, and that a cultural renaissance could cultivate an empire. Transitioning to the east, the Mughal Empire presented another narrative. The Taj Mahal, a mausoleum built in memory of love, stood as a symbol of how culture and power could coexist in harmony. It was an edifice of beauty, yet it was built on the backs of thousands, a testament to the lengths rulers would go to solidify their legacy. The intricate carvings and glistening marble whispered stories of devotion and ambition, revealing how the very act of creation could reinforce political stature. As the sun rose and cast light on the intricacies of the palace, whispers of rebellion simmered outside its walls. The people, inspired by the beauty within, were reminded of their own struggles. The dichotomy of opulence within and the poverty beyond the palace gates served as a poignant reminder that while culture could elevate kings, it could also stir the hearts of the oppressed. In the throes of revolution, the American and French revolutions echoed the powerful role of culture in the clash for freedom. The Declaration of Independence transcended mere ink on paper. It was a cultural artifact that articulated the yearning for liberty and self-determination. It resonated with the sentiments of the people, becoming a rallying cry that ignited a fervor for change. Similarly, the storming of the Bastille was not just an act of rebellion. It was a cultural awakening, a moment where the collective voice of the masses shattered the silence of oppression. Across continents, the struggle for power often found its voice in music and literature. The stirring notes of Beethoven's symphonies were not merely compositions. They were anthems of a new societal order. In these moments of creation, the musicians became the narrators of a broader cultural narrative, one that spoke to the heart of the struggle against tyranny. Yet, amidst the glory of cultural achievements, history also bore witness to the darker side of this intersection. The rise of authoritarian regimes often stifled creativity, where art became a tool for propaganda rather than an expression of freedom. The Nazis, in their pursuit of a singular cultural identity, sought to erase diversity, using art as a weapon to manipulate and control. The haunting echoes of artists, writers, and musicians silenced in the name of power serve as a reminder of the fragile balance between culture and governance. As the shadows of oppression flickered like the dying flames of a candle, resistance emerged in unexpected forms. The Harlem Renaissance showcased how culture could flourish even in the face of adversity. The words of Langston Hughes and the melodies of Duke Ellington became a celebration of identity and resilience, a fierce declaration that the human spirit could not be easily subdued. This vibrant cultural explosion was not merely an artistic movement. It was a powerful statement against the backdrop of systemic oppression. Time marched relentlessly forward, revealing that the intersection of culture and political power was a narrative without an end. Each era brought new challenges and triumphs, vibrant movements that wove the tapestry of human history. The world continued to spin, and the stories of power and creativity intertwined in an endless dance. As a new generation rose, armed with the lessons of the past, they stood on the precipice of change, ready to wield culture as a force for transformation. Amidst the whispers of the past, the present pulsed with possibility, a reminder that whether through art, music, or literature, the heart of humanity beats stronger when united in the quest for freedom. The flames of creativity flickered brightly, casting shadows on the walls of power, a constant reminder that the dance of culture and politics was far from over. The stage was set for the next act, a melange of voices, a cacophony of dreams, and the relentless pursuit of a world where cultural expression could flourish, untethered and free. A child stands in the shadows of a crumbling castle, eyes wide with wonder and fear. The air is thick with the scent of damp stone and the whispers of ghosts from long ago. She can almost hear the echoes of laughter and the clang of swords, remnants of a time when men and women battled not just for power, but for their very survival. The walls around her tell tales of betrayal, love, and ambition woven together like the finest tapestry, each thread representing choices made and fates sealed. Throughout history, thrones have been both coveted and cursed, places where glory and despair coexist. The legends of monarchs, from the fierce Viking kings to the enigmatic pharaohs, reveal that the weight of a crown can often crush those who wear it. Consider the story of King Arthur, whose noble ideals were undermined by betrayal from within. His knights, once a brotherhood of honor, became pawns in a game of jealousy and ambition. The realm of Camelot, once shining with hope, crumbled under the weight of secrets, proving that even the mightiest can fall when trust is shattered. In far-off lands, the ancient city of Rome rose and fell like a heart beating its last. Julius Caesar, a figure shrouded in glory, was ultimately betrayed by those closest to him. His assassination on the Ides of March serves as a chilling reminder. Power can corrupt, but it can also blind us to the dangers lurking in the shadows. The very people who share your table can become the architects of your downfall. The child in the castle feels a shiver as she contemplates this lesson, for history whispers that betrayal is timeless. As the sun sets, the child's mind drifts to the tale of Queen Elizabeth I, a woman who ruled with iron resolve in a male-dominated world. She faced countless threats, both foreign and domestic, yet her reign marked a golden age for England. Her story is a tapestry woven with threads of courage, cunning, and an unwavering spirit. Elizabeth stood tall against the tide of expectation, carving out her legacy while wearing the heavy cloak of responsibility. The child wonders, what would it take to be so strong? And then there's the tragic allure of Marie Antoinette, a queen whose lavish lifestyle led to her downfall amidst the cries of the starving French populace. Her isolation within the opulent walls of Versailles turned her into a symbol of excess and detachment. The child feels a pang of empathy. Even the most privileged can become out of touch with reality. The lessons here are sharp. The disconnect between rulers and their people can ignite revolutions fueled by anger and despair. History's pages are rich with stories that pulse with life. The child can almost hear the battle cries of William Wallace, the Scottish hero who fought against tyranny, his spirit soaring high like a falcon. He became a symbol of resistance, reminding all that courage can ignite revolts against oppressors. The echoes of his fight resonate, urging the child to remember that sometimes the greatest lesson is not to accept the status quo but to challenge it, no matter the odds. In another corner of time, the towering figure of Genghis Khan looms large, a man who forged an empire through sheer will and relentless ambition. His story is one of unyielding strength and brutal conquest, yet it also cautions against the perils of unchecked power. The child shivers as she realizes that history's greatest leaders often tread a fine line between greatness and tyranny. The world can be shaped by both vision and violence, and the consequences are rarely contained to a single moment. The glimmering throne of the Aztec Empire, adorned with gold and jewels, tells a different tale of beauty and bloodshed. Montezuma II, once revered as a god, faced the catastrophic arrival of Hernán Cortés, whose greed brought devastation to his people. The story weaves a cautionary tale about vulnerability and the impact of external forces on the fragile balance of power. The child imagines the rich culture and the devastating loss, caught in the web of human ambition and the relentless march of history. As she wanders through the castle's echoing halls, the child encounters the haunting presence of Cleopatra. The last pharaoh of Egypt was a woman of immense intellect and charm, yet her alliances with powerful Romans ultimately led her to her tragic end. Cleopatra's ability to navigate the treacherous waters of politics is a lesson in adaptability. The child feels the weight of her story. The blend of allure and danger teaches that one must wield both wisdom and strategy in the Game of Thrones. The child hears the rustling of leaves outside, a reminder that nature, too, holds lessons akin to those of history. Just as the mighty oak bends in the wind without breaking, the stories of rulers and their thrones teach resilience. The child contemplates the idea that power requires not only strength but also the grace to endure. The echoes of history remind her that every ruler, every throne, is connected in a web of shared human experience, each influencing the other through time. The castle walls seem to pulse with the heartbeat of history, a rhythm that quickens as the child realizes the lessons are not merely confined to the past. They resonate today, a mirror reflecting the struggles for justice, the fight against oppression, and the quest for equality. The shadows whisper that thrones are not only places of power but also arenas of moral battles, where every choice can change the course of lives. With each step, the child feels the weight of the stories embedded in the stones beneath her feet, lessons of ambition and humility, of joy and despair. The castle, a silent witness to the passage of time, holds her captive with its secrets. The stories of kings and queens, of triumphs and tragedies, blend into a haunting melody that reverberates through her very soul. As the night draws near, the castle becomes a sanctuary of reflection. The child knows there is a journey to be continued, a quest for understanding the intricate dance of power and humanity that transcends time. The whispers of history are relentless, beckoning her to listen closely, for the lessons from thrones will forever shape the world she inhabits, igniting a fire within her that cannot be extinguished. The stories are far from over. They are alive, waiting to be told anew in the unfolding chapters of tomorrow.